Now it's on.
Hi, I just wanted to say hi.
You're good? I saw a text from you. Anything you need from me? Okay. All right.
Officially meet you.
Yes, finally. Congratulations. You are crushing it. You're crushing it. You're so proud of you.
She's going to tell the story about part-time. Yes. I'm hoping to get another offer under agreement today. I'm waiting for the call.
All right.
I just want to say hi to you.
Right there. Sure. Next to Sean Murphy. Go for it.
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Build Boston 25. Let me hear you guys make some noise out there. Let's go. I need more than that. We're going to have a great event tonight. We in this room as soon as possible. Everybody at their seats, please. Ross, I see you. Let's go, Ross.
All right. Welcome to Boston for all the out-of-towners. This thing is just getting started. I'm losing my voice already. I love it. My name is Tom Trong. I'd like to introduce our co-MCs for this event. My beautiful, lovely business partner, Lisa Parenteau from Cape Cod. And Mr. Dick Lee, the real Dick Lee is his Insta handle. Right? Let's go. Lisa, say hello to everybody.
Hey, oh my God, I'm so excited to see everybody here. You know, when I was sharing on social media about the Build event, the first ones I went to were in Cabo. Now, that was not a heavy lift to go to Cabo, but this is just so amazing to have this in our own backyard and have the people that we have that are going to be sharing with you how they've really built their businesses. And we have so many agents that are also have just a whole lot to share. Generosity is amazing. And I'm so excited to be here with Tom and Dick. You know, I hate to tell you, we used to do this thing called Two Asians
During COVID.
Two Asians in the blonde.
During pandemic, we did the EXP Explained every week to a variety of people. And that's really how we met and started working together. And it is just an honor of my life to spend this time with the two of you and with all of you.
We are going to have so much fun the next half day today, full day tomorrow. Take notes. Thank the person that invited you here. If you bought a ticket, thank you so much. Take video, notes. Have fun. When the speakers are pouring into you, give them the energy back. Stand up, clap, yell, scream, and just have fun today. Have fun tomorrow. And more importantly, network the hell out of each other.
I love it. That's right. So congratulations for being here. Congratulations for being in the room and being on time. We actually sold out. We brought extra chairs because we think we're going to sell out. But guess what? You showed up early and you're going to get all the information. Tomorrow morning, there was an email that our assistant sent out and they made a mistake. It said 12:30 start. That's no. We start at 8:30 sharp tomorrow. Okay. We will have breakfast out here for you starting at 7, breakfast coffee. So come on out here and network like crazy, like Dick says. We'll start sharp at 8:30. Later on today, we're going to end around 5:30ish. You know the agenda better than you do the agenda.
Lisa's the timekeeper.
I'm just fired up.
So for agenda, basically, there might be a break or two, but I'm not telling you about it. Stay in your seats. I mean, that's the important thing. You're only here for a couple hours today and a couple hours tomorrow. I know you guys paid to get here and the content is invaluable. So please stay in your seats. We're going to go today till about 5:30. We're closing out with Mr. Rob Flick today. And we've got a really nice cocktail reception. It's going to be right outside here from 5:30 to 7:30. So a great time to meet. Don't hang around with your friends. Meet some new friends, for heaven's sake. Take an opportunity to do that. Then tomorrow morning, seriously, I've got this book in my hand to let you know, and I'm going to be waving it around a few times. We have Kevin Elko speaking to us tomorrow morning on mindset. He's an internationally known mindset speaker. He's really amazing. This is one of his current books, and he's starting at 8:40. So please come in here, be in your seats by 8:20-ish. Again, breakfast is going to be at 7. You got plenty of time. Don't stay out till 2 in the morning tonight.
I will.
What's 2 a.m.? Nothing
Right.
happens good after midnight, Lisa.
Try to get some rest and get here early. Get up, get here early, and take advantage of the full day, and especially Dr. Elko.
And one final thing, guys, right? For those of you taking pictures, do videos, when you're tagging things, hashtag Build25. Build25. Please hashtag that, okay?
Right here. Here's your hashtag. No, Build25 Boston, Dick.
Build25 Boston.
Yeah.
Not Fox 25 Boston.
Build25 Boston. Take pictures, hashtag them. We'll play it tomorrow morning at about when the room opens. We'll have your pictures up on the big screen, okay? All right, we're ready to go.
Ready to
Let's
go?
go.
Let's go.
All right. I have the pleasure of introducing our first speaker. This gentleman's name is Paul Roberts. Paul has an incredible background. He built a very large insurance brokerage firm, sold it. I'm not going to steal his thunder. And then, lucky for us, he found us, we found him, and he's taking the stage. If you haven't heard Paul Roberts speak, I think you're going to love what he has to share. Everyone, give it up for Paul Roberts.
Love it, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tom. My name is Paul Roberts. I am the CSO of We Partners and EXP Realty, and that stands for Chief Solutions Officer. My good buddy Daniel Ng is the CRO of We Partners and EXP. That he's the Chief Reminding Officer, and he actually reminded me to let y'all know that I was the CSO before I got up here. That's how great he is at his job. Belonging is, first, let me go to my first slide. Belonging, it didn't get any better when y'all saw that. Belonging is one of the greatest human needs we have. When we feel like we belong, we perform at a much greater level. Read 3D Coach, incredible book. But Coach Bow knew that if his players knew they belonged when they were on the field, they would play at a higher level. They wouldn't look to the sideline for approval. They would just play with just being fierce and not worried about things. And when you create an environment where people feel like they belong, they will perform at a much higher level, I promise you. Daniel Ng does a phenomenal job of making people feel like they belong. I love the man. In one way, thank y'all. In one way he does that is by telling me about y'all. Like I met Rob Flick for the first time this morning in person, but I know Rob Flick because Daniel does a great job. He brings it to life for you. So I don't feel like I'm a new person walking into this room because I know so many of you because he talks so great about so many of you. He knows how to edify correctly. Therefore, I feel like I belong. I wasn't walking in as a new guy. Like I met Rob and it felt like I was meeting someone that I've met 3,000 times. Same with Tom Chong. He's always telling me about Tom and what Tom does and what Tom has built. And that, listen, if you have less than 25 people in your rev share, raise your hand for me. I'm one of them, and they gave me a microphone. That's what I'm talking about. But I'm talking to y'all right now because if you want to build a big rev share, do very, very good at making your people feel like they belong by lifting the leaders up. That way, when they meet them for the first time, they don't feel like this person's like, oh my gosh, they feel like they're already there. Now, be careful. There's some people that just won't belong. There's nothing you can do for them. I like to call these people, like what's the biggest, baddest grocery store here in Massachusetts in this area? Whole Foods. If you drop these types of folks off in a Whole Foods, they would complain to you they were starving. There's some people you just can't help. Okay? Don't worry about that. Instead, focus on the ones that are going to take it to the next level, and make sure they feel like they belong. Belonging is vital. Okay? The first meeting I went to, as Tom said, we sold our insurance company, me and my beautiful wife who's in the back there. We sold our insurance company, and Tom, I was driving to Daniel's office, and I was like, why am I doing this again? Like, why am I doing this again? And so many times I almost turned around and left. Like I almost didn't show up to that meeting. But I go into that meeting, and Daniel's group is the most loving, caring bunch of freaking people in the world. They sucked me in, man. I was hooked. I called my wife and I said, we're doing it again. But it just felt so right. And I get there, and this young man by the name of TC says, Monkey King, and he walks away. I Googled it. It got worse. About an hour later, he came up, he goes, hey, I'm calling you Monkey King. You kind of look like Monkey King. And he tells me it's a Vietnamese folklore and how, and I was like, my first day here, I got a nickname. Give people nicknames, it works. I mean, I was like, I'm a little over 5'10", but I was like 6'2" at that moment. I was like, yes, I have reached a new pinnacle of life. I am Monkey King. And I don't know if TC did it on purpose, but he made me see, those are the little things. Everyone thinks success is so difficult. It's not. It really isn't. It's just lifting people up just a little bit. So I took a deep breath, Tom. I was like, I'm at the right place. I have found my home. I'm ready to go. Belonging is vital to this success, not only for you, but the entire organization, okay? If y'all could write this down. This is the only notes you got to take during my deal. I am the type of person. I am the type of person. Write that down. I am the type of person. That's the only notes you got to take during I barely graduated high school, so this is not going to be an in-depth conversation at all. I graduated 502 out of 522, which means 96% of the people beat me. Someone did that math for me. And so I'm telling you right now, write that down. I am the type of person that. Here you can see me right here. I'm 245 pounds on the right-hand side. On the left, I'm 170. I am today 4,818 days sober. Thank y'all for those applause. I'm begging you, and let me tell you who my wife is, okay? My wife and I, when we started our business in 2005, she said, hey, I'll do the administrative stuff. You do the sales and all that stuff. If you've built a business, you know there's a problem with that business plan right there. There's no administrative stuff to do when you ain't got no sales coming in, right? And so we fought real hard, not her and I, but we fought real hard to build a business, build a business, build a business. My car got repossessed. Eventually her car got repossessed, which hit me a lot harder. When my car got repossessed, like, that sucks. When hers, I was like, I am failing as a husband. God, I'm failing bad. But she comes to me, she goes, what can I do? Now, my wife has worked logistics. She helped get equipment from Japan over to the United States. She's always done stuff like that. She's my rule follower. And she can do all of that stuff. She doesn't do sales. She doesn't do cold calling. She doesn't do recruiting. But when I said, when our backs were against the wall, when life was horrific, we couldn't feed our children. We couldn't pay attention. She goes, what can I do? I said, sweetie, you're going to have to do all the things you don't like to do. She actually threw up, got sick before she made her first dial. And she started dialing. And then she said, what can I do? I said, I need you to set appointments while I recruit. She said, cool, I got it. She didn't really think it was cool, but she did it anyhow. Thank God that woman didn't say to me, I'm just the type of person. See, I want you to take what you wrote on your paper and throw it away. Don't ever look at it again and quit saying you don't know who you are until you're backed into a corner. You don't know who you are until you've reached a high level of success. Because you'll look at it and say, oh my God, I didn't know I had that in me. You have no clue. But when you push yourself to do things, that's why when you see people that are successful and they get teary-eyed and they cry, they're crying because they didn't know they had that in them. And it fires them up to know they did it. And thank God they didn't say, I'm the type of person that. Thank God my wife didn't say, I'm the type of person that. We sold our company for multi-millions. And it'll be an 8-figure deal when it's all done. I barely graduated high school. Thank God she didn't say, I'm the type of person that. She's powerful. She didn't know what she had inside of her. Now, when we started this business, I made a promise to her. We're rich now. You don't gotta. You're done. Like, I guarantee you she's back there going, dang it, shut up. One of the things she doesn't do is public speak. She public speak at our old company, and she was great at it. She's better than me at it, but she will punch me. She's only like 5'2". She will win. I will die. That's not her gig, but she's done it. She's earned it. She didn't deserve it. She earned it, okay? I tell everybody she's my first class girl. She always flies first class because when she was backed into a corner, she did things that were that she didn't. I don't do stuff like this, right? Now I've ran any marathon runners in here? I'm the only idiot. Oh, well, I got one over here. So security, keep an eye on me and him. We are troublemakers. Are you ultra marathon? Boston? Oh, there you go. So, now I can't make crap up. He's in the room. But I ran a 50K on my 50th birthday. That's an ultra marathon. And they had me training, doing some stuff. I was like, man, this is ridiculous. And I almost said to him, I'm the type of person but I didn't. I kept going. Okay? I just kept going. Because you just don't know what's inside of you until you push just a little harder. I Can't Quit was birthed from a desperate man who was crying into a mirror that tried everything to do to quit drinking alcohol. I've done drugs, I've done alcohol, I've done everything. But I was crying into a mirror saying, I can't quit. I was like, God, I can't quit. I've done everything I can. I can't quit. I can't quit. I was desperate. And finally, when I just went like this and said, I can't quit, God lifted it off me. He took it away from me. He said, you've tried hard enough to quit drinking. It's my turn now. I'm going to take over. Now, it wasn't easy. I still had to fight. I still had to deal with things. And do me a favor. I am the funnest recovered alcoholic you'll ever meet. If y'all quit drinking at the bar tonight, I'm going to punch you. He's got big hands. What's your name again? I forgot. Yeah. Eric. I shook his hand, and you got to concentrate when you go to shake this man's hand because it's really big. I will slap you with his hand if you quit drinking around me, okay? I think the world would be a very boring place if we all quit drinking. No kidding. Like my wife, I don't understand her. She'll drink a margarita and she'll stop. It's just about to get good, honey. And she goes, and that's why. Yeah. Success is a funny thing. When you interview successful people and you ask them who impacted them, who had the most impact, they're not going to say Ed Milet, Tony Robbins, all the big guys. Go see those guys. They're great, no doubt. But most successful people, like 99.9%, will say this. They'll name a person that you and I don't even know. They believed in them. Thank God Fitz believed me back in 2005. I'm sober because of it. I sold a business for multi-millions because of it. And y'all don't even know who he is. Now, he's massive in that world over there. But at the time, he wasn't. Nobody knew him back then. But he believed in me. See, that's the only impact you need in people's lives. See, success doesn't belong to you. You'll ask successful people too, what about success? And they'll say, you know what? The more successful I got, I realized it was for somebody else. It wasn't even for me. I was a pawn. We all heard Tom's story the other day. I hope y'all watched his video. He paid for someone else's groceries. And I guarantee you, he thought to himself, you know, success was never meant for me. I was supposed to give other people hope. I was supposed to heal other people. See, when you start focusing like that, you realize success isn't that difficult. It's not for you. It's for somebody else. Somebody needs you. Someone needs you to succeed. They need your hope. They need your healing. Go get yours. I'm getting mine. Adios.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Great job. All right. The next speaker comes to us from Austin, Texas. This guy wants it. He wants to pour into us. He wants to pour into you. This guy was a bartender at 23 years old, totally broke, and newly licensed real estate agent. And he got into this business in a very short period of time, became the #1 real estate agent in a 100,000 plus brokerage firm. Okay. And he's here today to lift you up, to share with you some secrets, some habits, some discipline to get you to build your businesses. Everyone, please give it up for Chad Goldwasser. Thank you, brother. By the way, he wanted this stage. He called me. He goes, Tom, I gotta come to Boston. And I thank you for that, for calling and being here. Thank you.
Stand up. Everybody stand up. Repeat after me. I am the best at what I do. I lead, not follow. I believe, not doubt. I live my life with passion. 10 billion megawatt energy. I will step up. Step up. Sit down. You're going to walk away with one idea from me today. If you revolutionize your thinking, you will revolutionize your life. At the age of 23, I was a bartender in Austin, Texas. I was a college dropout. So what did I do? I got my real estate license. And 6 months into my career, I had my first listing, a broken down mobile home. But I met a gentleman named James Willoughby. And he said, come work for me as a buyer's agent. You can make a good living out of my trash. And 4 days after going to work for him, he gave me a book. And he said, every agent I've ever hired, I've given this book to. And none of them completed it. And none of them works for me anymore. And I thought, done. I had between 10 to 30 exercises I had to do every single day for 30 days. And every day started out, I had to do 25 affirmations. 4 times out loud. I had to write in the notebook 25 times. I will enjoy success through selling 4 homes per month. And then I had to visualize myself building relationships, selling homes, and receiving checks. And I didn't know why I was doing it. But I did it. 30 days after that, July of 1997, at the age of 23, I sold my first home, quit my job as a bartender, and got passionate about serving people. I love serving people. Say that. I love serving people.
I love serving people.
The next year, 24 years old, with him, I sold 67 homes. It changed my thinking. See, I didn't know why I was doing this. I didn't know why I was driving these positive thoughts into my mind. But I was a 23-year-old bartender who had every reason to fail. You ever felt like that? My father died. I grew up in a goofy childhood. You don't have to raise your hands, but. And I got super passionate, and I started to change the way I thought. And 9 years later, I walked across the stage in Orlando, Florida, as the #1 agent worldwide for Keller Williams Realty. I remember what Gary said. He gave me that plaque. And he's like, great job. I'm proud of you. Work hard. He said, I believe in you. And here's the deal. I don't want you to walk away today and think, that guy's amazing. I want you to walk away and think, I'm amazing. You can do this. Because I started speaking and teaching around the country. And people would pull me aside. They'd be like, Jack, what is it? And I would tell them, massively positive freaking energy and an incredible attitude. Do you want to build a large organization at the greatest real estate company on the planet, New York City? Do you want to?
Yes.
Okay. Magnet. Say this. I am a magnet.
I am a magnet.
Yeah. I got to speak with Rob Flick last night, one of the top revenue shareholders. If you get a chance to meet this guy, because he's revolutionizing my thinking. Because you ever get scared about calling someone? oh God, that guy's too good of an agent. He's not going to want to. Let's get rid of that. Because I want to do what Rob does. I want to build an organization and I want to attract. And the reason I say massively positive energy got me to #1 in the world, because when I walk into a event, or when I walk into Starbucks, or the HEB grocery store, I have belief, energy, and passion, and people can feel that. So how do you build it? I'm going to share 3 things with you, okay? 29 years later, guess what I was doing this morning? Driving positive thoughts into my mind so that I could come out here today and do what I believe God intended me to do. Share ideas with you that I know, if you implement them, it will change your life because they changed my life. This joy, passion, and energy that you see it? Yes. It doesn't come from money. I've made millions and lost millions. To my ex-wife. This comes from deep driving belief and cleansing my mind every day, and I'm not talking about just positivity. I'm talking about revolutionizing the way you talk to yourself. So here are 3 things I have been utilizing for 26 years to revolutionize the way I think and drive positive energy into myself that emanates and people are drawn to it. #1, I utilize the first thing that I do when I wake up in the morning. It's called a wake-up thought. Wake-up thought. I go through a morning mindset workout. It's like when you're in the gym. This is a muscle. You have to strengthen it. So, people, I used to say, yeah, well, I do these affirmations. No, this is the key. I shifted the way I talk to myself. I didn't come up here today and think, oh gosh, I came up here and thought, God is working through me to deliver a message that will transform your life. Thought. Here is the first thought I've trained myself to think every day for the past 26 years. It's real simple. It's an awesome day. And I will positively impact the lives of everyone I touch today. Wake up thought. It's my first step. It gets me moving in the right direction. Other focused. Be other focused. Second thing, I don't care if you're a Christian or not, but I pray every day, like, thank you, God, for my life. Thank you for my 19-year-old daughter, my 24-year-old son, Thank you, God, that I'm here doing what I love. And then I go through my affirmations, 25 of them. I'm the best at what I do. Sing with me. I lead, not follow. I believe, not doubt. I am a master salesperson. People are drawn to me. I'm shifting the way I talk to myself and the way I think about myself. And so many people right now in this world are walking around with doubt, fear, anxiety, worry. I want you walking around thinking, I love people. I believe in myself. This is the greatest company on the planet. People need to hear about it. Because when you have confidence and belief in yourself, what happens? You talk to people. Rob was telling me a story last night. Where can you meet people, by the way, that need to be in real estate and need to be with EXT? Where can you meet them? Everywhere. Everywhere. Say it. Everywhere. Everywhere. Rob was telling me a story about being on the plane. He was telling me a story about his chiropractor. I mean, when you develop belief and energy and passion in yourself, see, I believe I'm one of the best real estate agents in the galaxy. That's not arrogance. That's belief. When you have that belief, it can be given to other people. And when they see that belief, they want to be part of it. Would you agree? Say yes. Yes. Excellent. So, 3 keys right there. This is an ebook that I wrote. It's the exact 10 steps that I took to get to #1 in the world. I don't have time to even touch the tip of the iceberg, but I thought this was the most important message. Would you agree? Excellent. And here's the deal. It's not about you or your pocketbook. I have 3 amazing children. I never thought I was a great father. I felt inadequate. You ever felt that way about something? And I never sat my kids down and said, Sammy, Aiden, Mason, you gotta do this, you gotta do this. I said one thing to them as they walked out the door. I said, be a leader, lift people up, smile at others, and encourage them. That's it. And when my son was 18, he was applying to the University of Texas. It was in the year 2020, and I got an email from my son. Who gets an email from their kid? Like, I never got any. And the title of the email was College Essay. And I was like, odd. And I opened that up, and he said, Dad, I wrote this answer to an essay question, and I thought you should read it. And I opened it up, and the question was, how do you believe you will impact and influence the University of Texas, both inside and outside of the classroom? And his answer, I have infectious, positive energy. For years, I watched my father impact and influence the people around him with his energy and his attitude. He can't help but light up a room that he enters. By this time, he said, by this example, I'm seeing it bred into my own soul and heart, and I'm bringing that energy and that positivity to the University of Texas. And it's not about you. If you revolutionize the way you think, if you become something that maybe you don't quite believe you can right now, by implementing the strategies you're going to learn today, you're going to attract people to your organization. If you believe in EXP, you're going to attract people to EXP. And you're going to change your life. And you never have to.
Let's give it up again for Chad Goldwasser. Next up, we have my friend Cora Yamagata, who's one of our proud partners and sponsor for this event, the owner and president of Insurance Labs. Cora, please come to the stage. Give it up for Cora. Now, she is amazing, being my personal insurance agent by self too, and she will save you money. Oh, Cherry's also. So hit her up. She's back there. Where's your booth? Back there. Say hi to her later. Say hi to her during the event. She's an amazing human being. It's Cora.
Thank you, Dick. Aloha kako, everyone. In Hawaiian, that means warm greetings to everyone in this shared experience. Like Dick said, my name's Cora. My insurance company is Insurance Lab in New England. It's a property and casualty insurance brokerage specializing in property insurance solution. So I'll keep it brief. The message I like to prioritize today is that this is not a do-it-yourself insurance environment. There are massive changes that are happening right now in the industry. And sure, you see rates are spiking here and there still. Underwriting is tightening, appetite is changing, but what you don't see is that the coverages are also changing in the contract, and that's not so apparent. Do you know that a roof that is 16 years old could possibly not qualify for replacement cost. And so it's insured to actual cash value in the policy. It's not common yet, but it's in there. I see it. What is common now is that there are mainstream carriers who will not accept a roof that is over 20 years old. And yes, maybe at purchase it might slip in there, but if something should happen, there's something called material misrepresentation that we need to be mindful of. So where I'm going with this is, if you can use your influence, because you're all very influential, to urge your clients and your friends and even your family to check their contract, the renewal contracts. Be very mindful of what is in the contract, not just those numbers that people like to compare. They say apples to apples. That doesn't work anymore. That's not a good approach. So check the contracts and work with an advisor or insurance agent that is experienced and knowledgeable. You reach out to a call center, you might get some anonymous person who's been there for 2 years, and there's no skin in the game, right? No E&O exposure. So you want to work with someone that you trust and someone who will take that time to go over the details with you, because everybody has a different risk tolerance. A lot of investors, they might have a large risk tolerance, but you need to have the information so you can make the best decisions that work for you and not be surprised online. So if you can share this message, you can potentially help people avoid possible financial hardships and even devastating financial consequences, because it happens. All right. Then that's all I have to say. Thank you so much, everyone. Oh, wait. I want to thank Tom and Marissa. I'm so excited to be here in support of them. I love them, and Dick, and this great event. All right. Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
Is this on? Yeah. So just to go off script for 1 second, on the insurance, one of the things that I think is really important also, that as agents, we kind of shift our mindset about insurance. I don't know about you, but I've always tried to keep those costs down for my clients and try to find the lowest amount we possibly can. And I've learned through a lot of my work for the National Association of Realtors that there's a reason premiums are high in a lot of cases. So I've really shifted my mindset about being that person trying to help them find the very smallest premium. Because in fact, if there's a high premium, there's a reason. So anyway, sorry, I just wanted to mention that. I now have the real pleasure of introducing another one of our sponsors, and that is Cutco. We've got Jen and Lindsay, who are both here to share this morning about the amazing benefit from using Cutco as closing gifts for client retention, as well as really for client referrals. They have an amazing product. You guys probably know. They have some really fabulous stuff in the back there. And I'd like to give them a moment to share their stuff about Cutco.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. How are ya? Like the energy in this room. Can you raise your hand if you've already brought a golden nugget that you can't wait to take home and implement, right? Fantastic. The first thing I want to do is give you guys a little. We are your client appreciation specialists. And what we're here to help you do is get more referrals, more repeat business, and more raving clients through appreciating your current clients. Building, or I'm sorry, relationships are the building block of your business. Yes or yes? Yes, relationships are everything. We're here to help you implement. Don't push the button. Don't hold it down. Thanks. Okay, so we're here to help you. And on. We're here to help you implement a system to appreciate your past clients. I'm going to have you guys participate a little bit here and just guess some numbers, okay? These are from the NAR website directly. Who would guess the percentage of people who say they love their real estate agent, they would use them again, and they would refer them? What do you think the percentage is? Somebody knew that. Yeah, it's about 83% of people say they love their agent, would use them again and refer them. What is the percentage of people who actually use the same agent the second time around? Less than 12%. What is the missing gap there? It's that less than 10% of people can name their agent 2 years after the transaction. Ouch. What we do is we just said, hey, what if your closing gift could help with that? How many of you are familiar with Cutco knives? Raise your hands. Cutco cutlery. Do we have any Cutco owners in the room? Anybody have a set that's older than 10 years? 15, 20, 25? Oh, we were talking. How old is your set? 15 years old. Every room that I'm in, somebody has a Cutco set that is at least a decade old. And what we said to ourselves was, what if your closing gift could help with that retention and that top of mind awareness? And what I mean is this. Most times at closing, people give a gift that's, I'm not here to bash gifts like a gift card, a bottle of wine, or a gift basket. We all like anything that's free, right? The problem with those things is that they're consumable. If they can eat it, drink it, spend it, in a week or so, it doesn't do anything for you or the client moving forward. Cutco is something that people are going to use for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And what we do, if you want to show that off, Jen, is we just engrave it with a special engraving. So we can put your information, like a logo, name, and number, kind of turns it into a high-end business card, or we can put the client's name or some combination of the two. Either way, what happens is every time they use it, they look at it and they think of the great experience they had with you. You also can get a better tax deduction using Cutco than other things. Why? Because if you engrave it, it counts as marketing or advertising. Does anyone know how much the IRS lets you write off for a typical closing gift? $25. If you call it marketing or advertising, you can write it off 100%, okay? But the greatest thing we can help you do is create a system. Instead of running around the night before, the day of the closing, trying to remember, can they drink alcohol? Are they allergic to anything? What's their favorite, right? Most people get a year, maybe a half a year's supply, and we ship them directly to you when it's time for closing. You just grab one and go. So I have limited time today. What I want to do is I want to do something super special for you guys. Everybody has what we call an interest form on your seat, okay? And what that has is a couple questions for you because everybody's business is a little bit different. If you bring that back to the back, our table back there, today we are offering our volume discounts. The more you order, the better your price. Plus, for anyone who orders today, Jen and I will personally buy you up to $100 in Cutco for free for you to take home, okay? And that's going to be the first 23 people that give us that will get both those deals. So meet me back in the back there. Whatever happens today, just remember today is the day you met the sharpest girls you know. And we appreciate you guys. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you to those two amazing sponsors. You know, those guys have really made a big difference in us being able to put the event on. So I cannot thank them enough for the generosity and how quickly they respond and how happy they are to be here, which is always kind of good. Our next guest, our next speaker is a friend of mine, Michael Wiseman, who is kind of like an onion. The more I learn about Michael, the more I peel back the layers of Michael, the more like layers there are of Michael Wiseman. Michael, let me just, Michael Wiseman's a 3-time icon. He also serves with me on the National Agent Advisory Council. Most of his 5, I think 4 or all 5 of his children are also in real estate and on his team in some way, his whole family. And he is an amazingly brilliant expert now in artificial intelligence. Please pick his brain when he comes up, and I'm thrilled to introduce Michael Wiseman.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, welcome everybody. Great to be here. Boston's one of my favorite towns. Went to school here in BU, 82 to 86. Any more BU people? None. Okay, good. Okay. I have got the presentation to you today, a little more practical, but your path to your first 100 agents. Who'd like to get 100 agents between now and the next year you come back? Okay. I'm going to give you the path to go to 100 agents. It's the path that I followed the last 12 months to just about get to 100. I'm about 90 right now. I'm going to show you exactly how I do it. Give you a quick framework. Do it all in about 14 minutes. So I'm from New York. I can talk fast. You can write fast. How's that? Okay. So my quick background. I've been licensed about 7 years. 5 at EXP. It'll be 5 in October. About 2.5 at KW. I got my license because real estate agents were actually kind of an obstacle for me. I wanted to buy properties, be an investor. I wanted to go right to the lockbox, right? I've got 6 kids, 5 are at EXP. Okay, still waiting for the most kid at EXP ward. Where's Sean? Okay, so my kids got licensed. They needed a career. My 3 boys all did military, going into the workforce. So it worked out, right? Year 1, we list 21 properties, all expired, cold calls. We double that, year 2 to 40. Then comes EXP. That was like releasing the parking brake. Technology, plugging in, collaboration, events like this. We go to 80 transactions into our 3rd year. And then from there, we just run it up. We get to about just shy of 100 transactions, about 700,000 GCI. Icon 3 times over, and now turn focus on attraction. So I'm currently about 90 agents. My group grows now at about 7 to 10 a month total. And I onboard typically over the last 6 or 7 months, averaging 2 to 3 a month personal sponsors. This is the path. I'm going to give it to you right now and lay it out for you. See, I believe that we are best positioned to serve those that we once were. So I'm a producing agent, just like all you guys in the room here. And I served, I'm going to help you do what I just did. Is that good? 100 agents? Okay, so let's go through this. You get 3 pillars for success. 3 pillars. Pillar 1, unshakable belief. Okay, we'll talk about that. Okay, do you think Chad has unshakable belief? Did he convince you of that in about 90 seconds? Right? No doubt. Unshakable belief. Point 2 I'm going to talk about is running partners. You don't have to do this alone. I'm not doing it alone, and you won't do it alone. And number 3 is the framework. I'm going to give you a quick framework where I'll show you 40% of the people that you approach in the right way will say yes to having a conversation, and those that don't will thank you for thinking of them. Okay, this is the process. So the unshakable belief, right? I don't need this slide anymore because Chad was here. You understand it. It's essential for influencing others. Okay, it's the passion to share. How do you develop it here? Okay, Rob Flick, who very blessed to have dinner with last night, incredible leader at EXP. You'll hear from him later. This is his quote. I've heard him say it a number of times right off your video. Rob, you agree that quote's yours? Okay, I didn't make it up. We have got the deal. You need to believe this. Okay, this one slide, you can't fit on the slide the deal that we have. From the financial strength, the NASDAQ, S&P 600, our tech, right, our compensation, the Icon Award, the stock, the revenue share, right? I have agents say, I don't really care about the stock so much. That's not me. I said, yeah, I felt the same way too, till I sold some of my Icon stock and paid for my daughter's wedding. I mean, then it was nice, right? You can care about that. So we have got the deal. You've got to dive into this. You've got to plug in. Everybody in this room, we've got great leadership here. Don't ever forget that. We got the deal. Now, Revenue Share 2.0. This is a game changer, okay? Especially for those of us that, was it about a year and a half ago now, we switched to Revenue Share 2.0 approximately, okay? When I was an Icon agent, just out there selling, Revenue Share was a nice idea, and I got to 20, 25 agents, sent it organically. Remember, 5 of my kids, okay? So they were an easy get, all right? So, but still, now, as an Icon agent or a producing agent in this room, you walk in here day 1, you have 3 lines open, 3 levels. You hit your cap, you got 5 levels. You Icon, you got 7. As an Icon agent who knows other big producers at some other brokerages, you now have a meaningful reason to go speak to them and bring over a team because 3 levels are unlocked immediately. And if you're Iconing, there's 7. So everybody has that ability now to go make a meaningful, literally 1 phone call that converts to an agent coming over. and have 3 levels. It could be 1 on your first level, 5 on 2, and it could be 20 on 3. You'll see $1. You'll see money on every one of those, right? Nobody's got this. The year one potentially the bonus, $4,000 for a capping agent, right? Go introduce 5 people in the next 12 months, make an extra $20,000. I mean, that's real money. So the revenue share. Now, this one here is where the belief really has to come in. You're going to hear stories on the stage today that are like no other stories told at any other brokerage platform on the planet. True or false? True? Okay. If you've been to Cabo, you heard them on stage, right? You're going to hear it today. All the other build events, okay? But they've got, meaning the other brokerages, they've got good training events. They've got bright lights. They do big production. They got technology. They don't have people on stage telling stories like you're going to hear today, right? Life-changing stories, right? Families supported through tragedies, right? People who couldn't work for health reasons being supported on rev share, stock changing their lives. It's not going to happen anywhere else, okay? I've got a single mom in my group, introduced 2 agents. She gets about 300 and change a month, okay? Is that meaningful for a single mom trying to get by? $300 a month coming in? Not bad, right? That's a car payment, all right? We've got other brokerages offering you free car washes. We give them the car, okay? If you get it, you get it. So you got to build your belief. Go to Brent Gove's channel. He's got all the videos there. Watch the videos. Make this your playlist, right? You've got to get it so deep inside of you that no one can shake it from you, okay? And it's not just the numbers. So we've got the belief. You've got to build your belief, okay? Pillar 2 is your running partners. Who are you going to build this with? Okay, co-sponsorship, in my opinion, is an absolute game changer for the company. It allows you to create new connections and new partnerships that didn't exist. No other company has done it like we've done it. Designed in the way we've done it, that it's additive and not subtractive. Okay, it doesn't split the revenue share going up. You just stack one on the other. I'm going to teach it to you by an example. So, got the note there. Where's Shannon? Prosperity Group. You with me? Yes? Can't hear you. Okay, they're over there. Keith. Commercial agent number 1. Anybody know Keith Andrews? You're going to hear from him speak? Okay. Been speaking to Shannon since the beginning of the year. They're a mega team coming across, a hybrid residential commercial team. So as they got close to making their final decision to join, I start speaking to Keith. Keith, I got a hybrid residential commercial team. I'd love for you to co-sponsor them with me. You be the best co-sponsor. Together, right? Thank you, right? Together, we will now help them go to 100, 1,000 agents because Keith is going to bring the commercial knowledge, the connections, right? We'll bring the residential, the technology, the AI, like Lisa mentioned. And Shannon, her group, now has kind of like 2 parents, both equally vested in wanting to help her grow. Now, it can be a little confusing, co-sponsorship. If you don't kind of get the math, it's okay. Come talk to me. I'll show you the math. But it is game-changing. Okay? Running partners. The framework, okay? This framework, I promise you, if you use it and you'll internalize it, will get you about a 40% yes to having a conversation. Okay? But you got to have the other 2 things in place before you do it. It's a prerequisite. Okay? Could you build an organization? Could you get to 100 if 4 to 10 people said, sure, I'll have a conversation, and then you put them with the right person? Yes or no? Yes or yes? 100%. Okay. So don't do what I did, by the way. This is the quick slide. Like when I first got EXP and joined and called every agent in my MLS, which is a small MLS in Maine. Okay. I got to the point where I would text an agent first saying, it's Mike, and I'm calling about your listing this time. Then they would take my call. So don't do that. All right. The right approach is on a whole different level. We're going to connect to them and make them feel valued. So here's what I found about scripts. It's not the words that you say. It's how you make that person feel. Make them feel valued, wanted, and appreciated. You will get the result you're looking for. Okay? And we said it last night. You can't say the wrong thing to the right person. So let's look at some of this, who you pick. I mean, you guys that are still in production, and I think most of this room is, have a huge advantage. You know, we're shoulder to shoulder with agents every single day. Open houses, networking events, right? closings, buyers, sellers. Start working with the people you want to work with. Pick who you want to be in business with. People you authentically admire and like. The ones you don't like, don't call. Okay? So here's my conversation framework. I'm going fast. Have I lost anybody yet, or are you still with me? We're good? Okay. Is this valuable? Yes? Okay. So the opening framework is right here. Genuine opening of rapport. Start the conversation. You know, it was great having that transaction with you. Really, really respected the way that you worked with your client. And a little bit of Ford, family, occupation, recreation, dreams. Don't jump right into a conversation. But then go to, look, recently I started to build something very different than my production business. And today, we're a group of 90 agent partners. This year was a group who closed 500 transactions and about 170 million in volume. Most people will say, wow, really? Say, yeah. And listen, I'm giving you a call because we think you'd be a great fit for what we're doing. They're going to go, really? Say, yeah. And I'm not sure if it's for you, but how about Monday would you be to hop on a short 20-minute Zoom call with one of my business partners, just so we can share it with you, and then we'll let you decide if you think it might be an opportunity for you in the future. Okay? I'll tell you right now, I set 2 to 3 appointments a day. 48% of those that I reach out to will say yes. Okay? Now, there's statistics from there. They're all not going to join. But if you will follow this framework, I've taught numbers of people to do this in my group, as well as other people that work in my coaching and training with, and they can replicate these results, right? Rob Flick taught me if it's not duplicatable, it's not worth doing, right? It can't be built on personality, on you individually, right? You'll bring your own personality to this, but use a proven framework. Don't have to go fish for new scripts. Make sense? Okay. So there we go. I'm going to just go faster here because I have short on time, but you're going to find that some will be super happy where they're at, they'll turn you down, but they will thank you for thinking of them, right? I hear it all the time. Gosh, Mike, thanks so much. We appreciate you reaching out. And they'll tell you why they can't come. No problem, right? I'll tell you how to deal with it in a second. Happy but always open to learn. I hear that fairly often. Then I hear happy, and I'm really curious to see what you guys got going on because we're thinking about making a change. Okay, those are the three major the three categories of agents you're going to hear from. And this is your quick follow-up strategy, right? If they say no, revisit at the end of the year, no problem. Invite them to things. You must have things to invite them to. We have a daily call, 9 to 9:30, script and role play, right? I teach 4 to 5 trainings a week along with my son, Ben. Some of you know him in here. AI, organic Google lead generation, right? Have what to invite them to, okay? Send them, if they can't make the training, send the replay. Think of them. This is how you follow up with quality. Now, if you don't have anything to invite them to, then I want you to think about, are you ready to attract? Because you can't invite someone to what you're not a part of. If you're not plugged in and engaging and improving yourself, what are you inviting people to partner with you at? Think about it, okay? And use your running partner, your co-sponsor, right, who's running any number of trainings as well. Use them, leverage them, build your foundation first. There you got it, your 3 pillars, unshakable belief, running partners, you got your framework. Here is your QR code. If you scan it, you get the slides and a quick summary of everything else we talked about today. So that was fast. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Is this on? Yeah. Hi, everyone. Wow, what a great crowd. My name is Marissa. For those of you guys that don't know me, who have not met me, for those of you who have too, I'm Marissa. Just a quick housekeeping. I understand that people have businesses and lives outside of this room. Completely understandable. If you need to step out, please feel free. I believe that the host generously offered to show you where the bathrooms and everything was. However, if you decide you need to leave the hotel, the parking is free, but it's not open. So if you are deciding that you need to leave the conference earlier than the allotted time, please come see me so that we don't back up the parking lot, because they've come back to me and said that people are trying to leave and they can't because they don't have a specific golden ticket, and that would be me. So come find me if you need to leave, but please stay, because I promise you that if you decide to stay, somebody up here on the stage is going to say something that's going to matter to you, that is going to change your life. That's all. Have a great conference.
So we all know the rules, right, guys? Housekeeping rules. Number one, don't get Marissa mad. Our next speaker, excuse me, our next speaker is from Dallas, Texas. Yeehaw, right there. You will not want to miss what he has done and built. He's one of the fastest growing groups here at eXp Realty, the We Partners Network. He's an entrepreneur owning over 50 shopping centers valued over $100 million. When he's not building and scaling, he's cooking for his team, a good old Texas barbecue. Can't wait for those. Those are amazing, by the way, Daniel. Give a big Boston welcome to Daniel Ng.
Welcome. Check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. There we go. All right, Boston. What's going on? All right. Well, 4.5 years ago, I was at a Build conference, and I told myself I'd be speaking at a Build conference. And guess what? I am speaking in front of you guys here in Boston. Well, my name is Daniel Ng. I am on the commercial side. I've been doing this since right after high school. I got my license and went after college and studied banking and finance in Switzerland. Came back in 2001, started raising more money, doing all that, raising more money, helping the family. But I was just helping the family. And I found my passion here about 4.5 years ago when my leader for my franchise moved over here to start the commercial division, and not understanding what I was getting myself into. And also had a ERA franchise on the residential side with Anywhere at that time, Realty. Spent a lot of money changing the name. But so kind of going back to, I'm a visual person. You saw me taking pictures. I'm going to have a lot of photos up there versus a lot of text. My father on that ship came in from Hong Kong, not as a refugee, coming to go to school, and met my mom in Houston. My mom was actually in a small village, and she came when she was 16. They met in Houston at the Houston Chinese church out there. My dad was a choir director, and she was in the youth group. I don't know how old she was back then, but yes, they got married, had my two brothers. And, you know, that picture on the right is dear to me because that was our last full family as three brothers together. After that trip, my older brother was diagnosed with cancer, and he passed away about 8 years ago. Wasn't married, no kids, but he was our older brother, and we miss him dearly. But at the same time, that's life, right? Want to kind of share, you know, you're in the real estate industry. You need to find someone that inspires you, right? If it's faith, if it's a person, if it's something. So John Tsai spoke up here at the Build conference or one of the EXP Con, and he inspired me. So we're going to kind of copy. I texted him yesterday, like, hey, John, I'm going to copy you, and it's duplication. So I want you guys to all stand up. Everyone stand up. And I want you to scream, I am a beast. And I want you to have that inner, I want to be loud. All right. We're live streaming. John's watching from Canada and Vancouver. So I want to say, I'm a beast. I'm a beast. Let's go. All right. Hopefully that woke you up. So John Tsai, you can check him out on Instagram. He has about close to 1,600 people in his organization. He's my business partner now because of the co-sponsorship. He gets to inspire my other leaders that we bring on. You got to find your calling. You got to find your why, right? We're humans. We're always searching for something, but you got to find what fires you up. You saw me taking pictures because I didn't see there's a lot of video people here. I didn't see an actual camera person. So I brought my gear from Dallas and I take pictures. So that's what I did. So you see me cooking, you see me, like last week we were at the Build Dallas. I was doing the AV stuff as well. I was carrying Gene Frederick's grandchild because nobody was watching the babies. So I was just carrying the baby, you know, that was at another conference. And I was Uber So my last name is Ing. They call me the Uber Ing. So I'm Ubering people all the time. So just find what your calling is. My why is my family. I have 4 beautiful children. One is in heaven, baby Gracie Hope. We had 3 beautiful days with her. And then when she passed, 10 days later, my brother passed. And my brother felt like he had a baby angel with her already. So kind of having that comfort. My older daughter's here in Boston. She's studying art. And then I got remarried. And then I have 2 beautiful children that are 13 and 7. And my beautiful wife, Stephanie. So that's my why. And that's my passion, because what we can build here is a legacy. Not legacy of just revenue and all that. Legacy with people. So when you're building something, it's not just the uncles and aunties for my kids. It's your children get to connect. We're building a network that passes generation, not just the money, right? And people join people, and that's a great example where I'm holding the camera. Calvin, my business partner, James Wong, and then Tom. And so people join people. So find your people. You got 7 people that you're financially tied with in this model, right? I got extra because we got spouses, right? So we got other people that are there. So you have great support, right? Just know that, and a lot of people, when I talk to them, they don't know who their 7 people are. You need to reach out to them. When I met with Rob, I texted, hey, Rob, I'm your tier 5. I would love to connect, learn what you're doing, who I am. You got to reach out. This is your business. So make sure you reach out to your leader partners that you have. This was the first Build conference we had that I went to in 21. And if you have not seen the cash flow quadrant, please take a picture of that. This is very important for your business, because every real estate agent, when they get their license, they become self-employed. But the problem with self-employed is you're trading time for more money. But if something happens to self, you're unemployed. You got to get to that right quadrant. You got to be a business owner. And how do you do that as a real estate agent? Well, EXP, our platform, allows us to become a business owner day one, meaning you can grow teams all 50 states, currently in 29, 28 countries, and you can build a commercial partnership, like earlier Michael was saying. So, and when you save money, of course, you want to invest that money, right? And we also have a investment opportunity because we become shareholders in this company. And then you can invest, you can also buy stock at a discount. There's a lot of things. For me, I buy shopping centers, I buy properties, but you still have a lot of headache with that. Your kids may not want to take care of that real estate asset. They may sell everything, right? But with your business of growth, this continues on. All right. Well, you have to find the right business partner to run with, right? So that's my business partner, Calvin. I met him in the CCIM class back in 2008. And then I took pictures for his wedding. I just forced myself, like, hey, I'll take pictures for your wedding for fun, because he was doing a court wedding, simple wedding, and then he was going to go back to Malaysia. Well, because of my servant help, I met my wife there at the wedding. And then not ready to get married, but not ready to date, but it just started something. And it just ended up, later on, we became business partners in 2012. So there's a saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So this picture was last year at EXPCon Miami, and we rented some scooters and, just capturing the moment. And yes, so if my team is watching that, that is one of the best pictures I've ever taken, because it just says so much. Culture and community. What you're building is culture and community, okay? It's not a revenue share organization. It is building a community. We Partners Network, what we created is duplicatable. We always talk about what's duplicatable, right? You're finding good partners to come together. You can create a real estate club, right? You guys probably joined real estate clubs before. Same thing. You can create that within this model. You got partners all over that can continue to grow. So our group, we do a huddle call every Monday. We just come and share wins. Very simple. Just the 1 hour, get to chat with each other, and you guys can do the same thing. You guys can get on it if you guys want to. I know Sam Tang from Boston hops on once in a while, and yeah, there he is back there. So appreciate him hopping on. So this is not an EXP corporate event. This is another Build conference that Brent Gove and Gene Frederick host. This was in Cabo this year. It's just a mastermind group of people coming together, right? You want to be in the room with the right people, right? Is this the room with the right people? You got to think to yourself, yeah. So same thing. We fly to Cabo. I took my family with me. You know, my family travels with me now because I tell them it's very important. This is not building a business for me. This is building the business for the whole family. And their kids, other people's kids go, guess what? They get to connect. They may not go into real estate. My kids may not go into real estate, but they're going to have a big network of people where they want to do a startup. They want to raise capital. They want to do more charity work, whatever it is, they got more people. So when you think about growth, think about you guys are always networking. Guess what? Your children will have a network of people as well. We do a monthly event. I don't even host these anymore because you have partners that just do monthly events. Just be consistent. In North Texas, we do a Friendsgiving. So because I do have a brick and mortar in my market, I have a little patio that I built out, and I have a barbecue pit and all that. So we cook and we do potluck all the time. Once a month, we do something. Latino group, if anyone Latinas, yeah, you guys party all the time. So I always have to stay very late at the office waiting for you guys to finish up. So because I got to clean up, close up, and everything. So, but yes, you guys have a lot of fun. And you know, EXP's I'm in Peru, I'm in Mexico, almost in DR. I'm in Spain now, and it just continues to grow for my group. Right? I don't even speak Spanish. My father sent me to El Salvador when I was 15 to learn Spanish, but I went to play. So, but now I regret, right? We do commercial events. So another thing you guys can do, very simple, and you can duplicate, is have a workshop and then actually go to a project. So a field trip. So versus just a seminar, just teaching about commercial class, you could actually go to a project afterwards. Guess what? Agents come to those things. I mean, this is attraction, and you don't even have to say anything, because you're providing value. So happy hour, a lot of pictures, more pictures, coffee, that's every month. Leadership, more happy hours. Potluck. I told you I'm a visual person. And we close deals. So we close a lot of commercial deals. I have a big commercial team that we close deals all over the country. My guy from California, he's from Clornia. He's licensed in Texas as well. He just calls all the California addresses that own properties in Texas, and he picks up listings. He just cold calls from his phone, from his house, and he picks up deals all the time. So there's ways to do it. There's ways to learn about it. Invest is our commercial team, small team, but my organization is almost 300 people now. So We Partners Network, everyone can be a part of it. I have some shirts if anyone wants to be part, like an affiliate partner with us and collaborate. We have our values. So create your value prop in your organization. Create a mission and vision. So our mission is to create wealth, community, and legacy. Our goal is to be 10,000 partners globally. I know that because I read this every day. Every Monday, I read this to the team, and we all are in this together. One thing about the platform, because we are global, referrals. You can connect with all the leaders right away for referrals. People are investing money in the US all the time, so make sure you make those connections. We're in these countries. We just launched Japan. I had one of the first Japanese agents that have joined through my organization. We've got a co-sponsor that's supporting that agent. I don't speak Japanese. I'm not Japanese. I'm Chinese. Korea is about to launch in September. And these are currently my co-sponsors that are supporting the organization. So this is very powerful because you got all these running leaders to support you. And there's plenty of you guys here that are going to support each other. This is a very smart move, I believe, for the company because we get to be intertwined, right? For me, I don't look at the revenue. I look about retention. I look about the collaboration. I look about how we can intertwine with each other and support each other to make this a much stronger company. We're stronger. We've grown almost 100,000 without it, but now we can go to 1 million with this. So if you believe in that, find your running partners that are already in the company, work together, collaborate, and let's go. That's it. Here's my contact information. And if you have anything, let me know. And we'd love to be your Texas partner. Anyone? All right. Thank you, guys. Let's go, Boston.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Daniel. It's so amazing. The community that Daniel continues to create is amazing. It really is. I'm now really excited to introduce Karen Regan of America's Preferred Home Warranty, one of those companies that really provides an amazing service for our clients. But of course, it provides a service for us as well, being able to offer it and the affiliate program. So, Karen, come on up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. My name is Karen Regan. I am the area sales manager for New England with America's Preferred Home Warranty. Now, I'm here to tell you a little bit about the company today, but I call it my gift of gab. I'm an Irish girl from Boston. So I'm going to tell you a story so you can understand our product a little bit better and how this can help you. First of all, I just want to let you know, with our company, compared to all the other warranty companies that are out there, we allow your homeowners to choose their own licensed contractor for any covered repairs. So we know that's very important to keep everybody happy, especially after closing, because things do happen after closing. We did our own independent survey of the homeowners that we've dealt with, and 88% of them said that it was important to be able to choose their own licensed contractor for any work being done in the home. And the satisfaction rate was over 90%. So now I'm into my story time. So there is a realtor. So since joining the company, I've met this realtor from Massachusetts, and he loves our product. He has given the home warranty to his clients at closing, has discussed the home warranty. Well, the story is, there was a client of his that was difficult, shall we say, and I'm sure nobody's ever had a difficult client to deal with for their home ownership. But he said to his client, please, this warranty is great. The company is solid. I think it's a good idea for you to get the home warranty. And she said, no, absolutely not. Warranties, I hate them. They're not worth the paper they're written on. And we've heard that many times. So he said, okay, I'm going to leave you some information. We'll go with that. So the next time he met with her, right before closing, he said, have you thought about the home warranty? She said, no, I don't want to deal with that. He said, okay, I'm going to buy it for you. So after closing, a month later, the morning, it's 4th of July. The most difficult homeowner, that woman he's ever had, called him that morning on the 4th of July. Pipe burst in my house. What do? I'm panicking. He said, hang up the phone. Call that warranty company. Of the warranty that I got for you, they're going to start the claim. You call me back. I'll get a contractor out there today. She said, no one's going to answer the phone. It's the 4th of July. He said, no, they will, because we are there 365 days, 24/7. We answer the phone. There are people on staff all the time to answer that phone in Detroit, Michigan. So anyway, so she called, and long story short, the pipe was fixed on the 4th of July because he was able to get his contractor partner over there to help his client. He said his most difficult homeowner turned into his biggest referral source. He made her happy. He was very happy with us. So it was a good deal for everybody. So we do listen at our company. We get feedback from the realtors a lot, and they say, I don't want to deal with the home warranty. I don't know enough about them. So we've taken it a step further. So you avoid those phone calls on the 4th of July saying, I don't know what to do. We are the only warranty company that has developed this innovative program, and it's called our Homeowner Concierge Program. Any client of yours who has purchased a home can receive a phone call with one of our homeowner specialists. What they do is, it's not a sales call. They will go over the warranty that you've provided for them and how to use it in case they ever need to file a claim to eliminate that heavy lifting. So you don't need to understand the nuts and the bolts of that warranty program. But after those concierge phone calls, we do a 30-day, a 60-day, and 30, 60, and 90-day check-in with those people. And what they do is, in every single phone conversation, every touch with those people, we bring up your name, the realtor that gave them that warranty. So you're getting referrals, and we're hopefully getting renewals. So with that, we're lightening your load, basically. You do not have to learn the nuts and bolts of our warranty, and we're going to help your clients in case anything goes wrong, which sometimes it does with the house. So, and we're improving satisfaction. We want to make everybody happy. We are your partners to help. This is all that we would need to ask of you to give to your homeowners. Either the QR code or have them go to that website. They can set up a call with the concierge team, and they will explain everything to them. And after the phone call, they will send them a packet that does, again, go over what they have received. So this is my information. I am, again, your New England area sales manager, and I am always happy to help. Reach out for any questions. And my table's in the back, and please come visit me. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank all of the sponsors for the sponsorship, please. Thank you. And go visit the tables. All right. Next up, we have a top producer panel. And after this, we're going to give you a break. Okay? So right after this, we got a 15-minute break, and then we'll come right back and keep pouring into you. I have the pleasure of introducing Amy Weaver. Come on, Amy. Amy is the Vice President of Growth. She'll be leading the panel. Got Scott Bascom, rockstar Scott Bascom and his Bascom team. Come on up. All right, very good. We got Mr. Michael Wiseman coming back up again, all the way from Maine. We got Denise Fernandez coming to you from Miami, Palm Coast. You'll take Miami leads too, wouldn't you? Okay, I know. And then Lisa Parenteau from Cape Cod. All right.
All righty then. How is everybody? Yeah?
I'm sorry, Whitney.
Yeah, where's Whitney? I thought we were missing one. Whitney. There she is. Whitney G. Everybody give her a big round of applause. So lucky for me, I got to meet most of you guys, and if I didn't already know you, this morning or this afternoon, I guess. My time schedule is all mixed up because I've been in San Diego, back to North Carolina, to Boston, and I'm still trying to catch up. So, but it's my pleasure to be with you guys here today because you are our top producers here, and you are what makes this company go round and round. So I'd really like to start out with you guys just doing a brief introduction of yourself, who you are, if you're an individual agent or you have a team, and then what your production looks like. So whoever wants to start with that. Whitney, that's you.
Okay, great. First, I joined EXP in 2024, brought my team over from Berkshire Hathaway, and actually as of May 2025 became a mega team and icon for my first year since I've been here. And yeah, so thank you so much.
That's what we like to hear. Production numbers?
Right at 40 million.
Whoop, whoop. Good job.
Thank you.
Lisa Parenteau. I am from beautiful Cape Cod, and I've actually been at EXP since January of 2020, a pandemic baby. Who knew that the world would change the next month? What can I tell you? My production numbers are probably about 15 this year. I've been involved with a whole bunch of things, but also I'm the proud grandma of now 3 granddaughters. So that does take some of my time.
I bet.
Denise Fernandez from Palm Coast. So glad to be here. And only my shy 3 years with EXP, brand new agent, second year became an icon. and production 35 million.
Woo!
Wow.
Good job.
Hey, Mike Wiseman, we've met. So, so my team is up in Maine. It's the real property team. It's 5 of my kids and 3 or 4 other agents. So I've begun tracking my numbers actually now. You know, our team will do 20-ish million on a solid year, but I really now track. My board is everybody else's numbers that I'm working with in my revenue share group. I have calls and what are your numbers? What are your goals? So I know that in 2024 we closed about, as my group of agents, about 455 transactions, 145 million. They're tracking about 90 million year to date right now. That's growing like literally by the month, and close to about 170 million in volume is what my revenue share group is. And the goals of my board are the agent's goals, and that's what I'm focusing on.
Awesome.
The Chief Accountability Officer. So what you are? You, Michael, you're the Chief Accountability Officer.
Hello, Scott Bascom here. Bascom Group there. We got about 10 in the room today.
Hello.
I've been with the brokerage since about 2019. I was an individual agent, started a team about 2 years ago. Now we're up to 38 sales producing agents. We did 26 million last year. We're on pace, hoping to do 50 million this year, and we're growing fast.
That's awesome. I love it. Don't give that to me. I don't want 2 of those. Yeah, you've got a fan crowd here. I love it. Well, I really want to jump straight into what a lot of you agents are experiencing right now, and that is, you guys, what they're talking about is the market shift. And so if no one knew, it's not a secret, there is a market shift. So I'd really like for you to kind of talk about how you're navigating with your buyers and sellers what we're experiencing in a market shift right now. Scott, want to start with you?
Sure. So the market shift really, at the end of the day, people need a house. They need somewhere to live, right? And so, I have clients that call and, they say, what do you think about this market shift? Should we wait to buy a house because the interest rates are high? And I said, well, do you want to keep renting, right? So at the end of the day, I think you just got to be really knowledgeable and really find out what their goal is. And as you guys know, interest rates are high now, but things may change, and who's to know where they might go, right? So they might go higher. So I really just have that conversation and let them know, listen, if your desire is to build something for your family that you can leave behind, then purchasing is definitely the way to go.
Cool. For us, the conversation really focuses on the clients understanding their future pleasure and their future pain, right? Because people are going to move towards the pleasure and away from the pain. And if someone doesn't need to sell their house, you're probably not going to motivate them to sell their house in this market environment necessarily. So I'm training with my agents. We're on every morning, 9 to 9:30. We script role play. We cover these kinds of difficult conversations to really, because market shift is there, but honestly, you're still seeing teams like on this stage and other top teams are still hitting record years. So the market shift really only exists if you want it to exist in your world. Okay, it doesn't have to exist. People like Scott just said, need to have a place to live. I heard Rob say last night, Rob Flick, people tend to like to live inside. Okay, I can't take credit for that joke. It goes to Rob Flick, but it's true now. So our training, our focus is really on conversations that ask really good questions about what happens if you don't get your home sold in the next 90 days, right? Where does that leave you and your family? How important is that goal? Is that goal still important to you, right? And those kind of questions, those kind of conversations, we find will move people through, and they don't have to experience the market shift either. And for those that think rates are still high, when I bought my house, I was ecstatic to get it below 10%, and that's like in the mid 80s. So 6.5, 6 3/4. I'm still refining out a lot of investment properties, cash out refis. I'm happy to do it at those rates. So rates are in your head too. Take it from someone who managed about 50 million of tax-free bonds. That's what I did before this. Rates are an illusion. People get used to them, and then it's the new normal. So.
Yeah, I also bought my first house. The interest rate was 14%, so 7 is great. And yes, the market shift, but there's a lot of room to negotiate. Since I'm almost a brand new agent, we started and the market was crazy, 80,000, 100 above asking price. Actually, I like this market way better than it was before. there's a lot of incentives for brand new construction. Palm Coast, it's a very small city that a lot of 25 new builders came in town, so there's a lot of incentives at all, buy down rates. So I really like this market, to be honest with you.
You like it better? Are you mostly working with buyers or?
I'm not. I have a lot of listings, but my passion it is work with first-time home buyers.
Okay. Yeah. I think the buyers like the negotiation better than the sellers right now.
So true.
So I work primarily in a resort and second home market. I don't know how many of you do, but that is a different animal. And, I'm listening to the others saying, we love to live inside. And that's true. But most of my clients, this is their second home. Perhaps it's their third home. They have a primary somewhere else. They've already done a whole lot of work on that primary. They've been living there for a while. And they want to buy something on Cape Cod that they're going to retire into. That's a very typical kind of client of mine. So they're kind of in their late 40s to late 50s, right? And they don't want a fixer-upper. They want something that's somewhat done. I mean, they'll live with maybe Formica, but they can like live there, and they're not going to worry about doing the renovation right away. And that market has really shifted. The resort and second home market, at first, it's funny, when the pandemic hit, everyone said, "Oh my God, you'll be broke, you'll have nothing," and it couldn't have been more the opposite. Everybody went to to that area, and people bought properties. What's happened now is that everyone says, "Oh well, I can work from here. Isn't this fabulous? Cape Cod's fantastic. I think I'll just work from here. I was gonna maybe do something else, but I'm not going to now. I'm going to stay in it." The buyers that were gone crazy to get something during that, madness of like 20 to 23, there isn't that same urgency anymore. The buyers are much more specific about what they want, what they're willing to sacrifice, what they're willing to compromise on, what they really want, which is good from a salesperson perspective. I mean, it's kind of good to know when your clients have an idea of what they want, right? That's a good thing. But the urgency that was there is not there anymore. We're finding. And then the other big piece of my resort and second home market is that many agents haven't had these more serious conversations with their sellers.
I would love to expand on that for a minute.
Okay.
So the serious conversations with your sellers around days on market or presentation or lowering the price if they need to, like, what does that look like?
So, the conversation that I have, and I'm sure many of you have this as well, is that even well before the pandemic, choosing a strategic price when you enter the market that's on the hairy edge of low is the most successful position to have. Because what you're doing there is what your job, making the place look great, paying for really great photography, having the best platform in the industry for syndication, and getting the most eyeballs in there because your price isn't a little on the crazy high side. And that, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I'm not trying to insult you by telling you that this is where I think your home should sit, but I think this would be a really good entry price. And developing that trust in sellers is not the easiest thing, but that's the most important thing. And being willing to be honest about what is happening in the market, the uncertainty people are feeling, all of those things. I think that goes a long way in building that trust. So what we're seeing is just reductions. And that's the story that I'm giving to new sellers. That's the stuff I'm bringing to my listing appointments. Here was the past month of new listings, and here was the past month of price reductions. And I just put that out on the table because we don't want to be in that situation, So those conversations I feel like are more and more difficult. And I feel many times in a resort and second home market, you have agents that also moved there. And so they're kind of like part-time agents now. They're older, they've had a nice career. They still, retired realtors and unicorns are on that same deserted island, right? So they're still not willing to retire, but they're not used to talking about having really tough conversations. And that kind of is tough for all of us. So I do see a shift, But I see, as you said, what an amazing opportunity to be a good agent, an honest agent, a connected agent, someone who knows about what the regulation changes have been, someone who knows, like in my market, the incredible impact of the Title V shifts. I mean, the things that most people don't really think about, but the more you can educate yourself and be that agent, I think it's an amazing opportunity right now for sure. So,
Yeah, I think education is key.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm going to agree with what you said, Lisa, there with having good agents and understanding the market and helping them learn how to speak to their clients and explain these situations makes a huge difference in their mindset and being able to speak to buyers and sellers regardless of what the market is. As long as you have good agents that do work hard and do care and want to help their clients make the most money possible, that regardless what happens in the market, there are going to be people there for you to help.
Yeah, I love that. So we were talking a little bit about how buyers have the negotiating power right now. And with the higher inventory and the longer days on market, obviously, the sellers, they want to sell. And so they're willing to, look at lower offers more than ever. How are you getting the messages out there to these buyers that this actually is a great time to buy? What are you guys doing to get that message out there?
Well, today is always a better day to buy than last week. But definitely it's exciting because not only it's a buyer's market. So you are able to get maybe a larger house, a better option. Hopefully you're going to get a larger return on your investment because you bought it today.
I don't know if I've yet said it's a buyer's market. I don't know if I've felt that we've completely, come to that place for sure yet. But I now still lead with the way I used to sell, which is, hey, Barbara Corcoran says we can make an offer at 95% of list. And if Barbara Corcoran says it, then I think it's good enough for me. So I used to always kind of, start there. And then all the other pieces, like what other pieces of the total transaction might you be able to negotiate, some parts of. So we certainly work with all of those elements, with buyers. I mean, sellers, I think, is a little bit different, having that realigned conversation about days on market, about price reductions, about inspections, contingencies, that kind of thing.
I just think that with the buyers being a little hesitant, for them really having that message or knowing that there's more opportunity for them to get the house of their dreams. And you're right, there's less urgency. I'm just wondering if you guys are, emailing your database, you're putting it out on social media, like blasting out like, hey guys, like, this actually is a good time to buy. We don't know what the interest rates are doing, but it's been hinted at and they have dropped a little bit. So I just was wondering if there's like messaging that you guys are giving to your sphere or to your database.
Yeah, Scott. I've been talking a lot. Of course, I have things to say about here.
Yeah, I think it's super important. I know here with the team, we do a lot of market reports, right? So the thing about being a buyer right now is the values are holding, right? And I know we were speaking to sellers, and I couldn't agree more with Lisa. I've tested data, and nothing that we list sits more than 2 weeks at this point, right?
That's incredible.
And everything is over 100% of list price, and I think that's key because if you do your research, you're able to talk to the seller about, hey, if we list here, it's only going to be on market for this many days, and you're going to get an offer in this many days, right? So DTO, your days to offer, your days on market, right? So you got to be able to go into a listing appointment knowing that information. But from a buyer perspective, send them market reports, make them feel good about, okay, you're going to buy here. You might think it's high, but look what values are doing. They're not dropping, right? The properties are appraising, so they're holding their value.
I love that. Let's jump back to, we had NAR. It's been about a year now, right? And are you guys still hearing any objections to paying buyer agent commissions, or is that kind of, in the market that we're in, I think that we haven't noticed a lot of pain around that because sellers are usually typically willing to, if you're going to bring me a buyer, I'm going to pay. So, but are you still having to have conversations and educating around that topic?
Yeah, and I'll pass the mic. I can hog it too, but I mean, I loved it, right? I think the key is, and I think someone alluded to it earlier, the real good agents will do really well, right? Because you will learn how to pitch your value, right? It's not a market where if you're a buyer's agent, you can go and just point out the fact that the kitchen looks nice and those floors are nice, right? So you got to really, really show your value. And, that shift has encouraged us to show our value. And we're actually making more money now than we were before the NAR settlement.
Woohoo! I've been hearing that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to just echo what Scott says. I think even before NAR settled, my kind of prediction was a total decoupling from listing side and buy side, and that's what came to be. The strong buyers agents are able to articulate their value. That's what we've practiced and what we've role played to teach my buyers agents to be able to articulate your value. If you can't articulate your value, then it can be a difficult conversation. And a lot of agents in the buyers agent world, have never had to do that. They've never had to actually ask anybody to get paid, right? It just came because it was published and they could just, work off that number. So really understanding that if you educate well and articulate the value, I think we're finding as well. I think I've seen averages where the buyers and markets agents compensation has slightly increased. So I think same experience as Scott.
Really quickly, when you're educating your buyer's agents or your agents, are you teaching them about how to have a buyer's consultation the same as a listing consultation?
100%, yeah.
Okay, because it used to be we'd just go meet them at the house and open the door for them, right? So,
no, it's not anymore. You need to be able to articulate that. Let them, in other words, you have to make a presentation, and so personally, I work with sellers, right? I have worked with 2 buyers in 7 years, so I have some experience with buyers, but it's really been all listings. But when I make a listing presentation and I, look the seller in the eye and I say, for everything I just showed you, everything we do from A to Z, all we charge is, X.5%, not a penny more. And they're like, okay, all right. So the buyer presentation should be exactly the same. If the buyer can't an agent makes a presentation and say, for everything I just showed you, now here's the great news. My fee is this percent. We'll put that into the offer. And many times, if not most times, we'll get most of that or all of that. Occasionally, we might get a little less. Sometimes it might fall onto your side of the transaction. But I will be there, and I will not stand in the way of a deal. I'm a deal maker, not a deal breaker. So I will make sure you get this home. And they have the confidence in you. Then there's not going to be any. If you're getting objections on your fees, this is for listings and buyers. Then come talk to me because something in your presentation is not right. Because I've done hundreds of listing presentations and I've cut my commission maybe once for half a point. If you're doing it right, you're not going to get. Now I've walked out on a couple because they weren't reasonable. But generally, if you're getting too many commission objections, look at your presentation and understand how your value is being articulated. So.
And I truly believe it's about the expectation and communication that you have with them. And I agree with you, buyer's agent nowadays get more compensated. There's a few transactions that I got paid 6%, some of them 7% on the buyer side. So the more value you bring, the more they appreciate you.
I hope you guys are looking at buyers out there. That's awesome. Yeah, moved to Miami. Lisa, did you have anything to add?
I guess one thing I would say is that as I'm sure many of you have, I put together a whole packet. I had my my assistant do like an infographic about how buyer agents get paid. I have a whole bunch of stuff that I have ready for them, and I present that in my packet. I also email it to them. But one question, and we were talking about this morning, is the first thing that I ask the clients when we first start talking about it is they'll say, "What have you heard about this whole thing?" And so I can really gauge if they care, if they know about it, or if there's someone who's going to say, you know what, I think that this probably wouldn't happen in a consultation, but it has happened where they feel like I'm just going to save the money and go direct, and I don't see any value. And then I would say, God bless you, go in peace. That was the one thing I was going to say different. When Michael said, if you're having a lot of objections, come see me. If it happens like with every single consultation, then yes, there's an issue. But sometimes there might be an occasional client that may not be a good fit for you. And please feel strong enough in your own value and worth. It's happened to me with someone in my extended family, which made a few events afterwards a little challenging, but I meditate, so that's good. So I mean,
So you're saying let them go, let them go,
and wish them well.
there. Yeah, I
Wish
love
them
that.
well.
I want to jump over into AI. You can talk. First of all, how are we feeling about AI? And then have you started to implement it in your business at a high level?
Yes, absolutely. So AI is super important. If you guys haven't started using it in your business or basically Chat GPT, we use it in all everyday emails, listings, just anything you can imagine. We have a third party company that we actually use for a lot of our listing alerts and emails and in our database, which is called YLOCO. That basically sits and nurtures all of our database, responding back and forth with the client. And then it alerts us, hey, you need to respond. This person's, asking about their home value, needs a listing appointment, et cetera, et cetera. So we've actually been using this since I started my team in 2021. So we have a full database that's constantly being nurtured.
I love that. So it turns into more transactions and it gives you more time back
absolutely,
to do the face-to-face.
Agents think they're busy with things going on, and then all of a sudden they're like, it keeps their ball rolling.
Awesome.
Yep.
Lisa, how are we feeling about AI and how are you using it?
Yeah, I mean, I use it every day for all kinds of things. I mean, well beyond real estate. I mean,
What's your favorite? What's your favorite?
I
tool?
do use ChatGPT, but I keep wanting to use Claude on Michael's recommendation, and my assistant uses Claude for sure. I just started to really build a lot of folders and files and projects in Chat, and I'm not someone who spends a lot of time on the process piece. So for me to kind of move all that over, but I mean, for me, I'm always thinking about different programs and projects and ideas, and to be able to, and I'm not a very linear thinker, and I can get distracted by shiny object syndrome. I'm sure the only one in the room that has that. But for me to be able to ask about developing programs based on some of the 5 million ideas I have every minute and have it in a linear fashion give me stuff is just, it's just invaluable. I don't know what I would do without it. I don't know how I lived without it.
Well, it's like the internet, right? 1999. Who would have ever known? I do want to ask you, like, any fear of AI, like, taking our role? What do you think?
No, not at all. And they're here to help us, I think. And so we do use, of course, every single day. And we have a bot that talk with the customers and nurture them. And the other day I was telling my husband that 4:30 in the morning, the bot was responding with just like me responding to a customer. So when I got up 7 o'clock in the morning, I already had that client said yes, the property that they want to see, and schedule the time for me to show the property.
What tool is that? Which one?
That's the tech guy right there.
Which AI tool?
It's inside Go High Level.
Okay,
and
got
he
it.
built the bot there. So
Okay. Love it. That's awesome. Michael, what are your thoughts?
How much time we got?
You got 30 seconds because I've got
kidding,
other questions.
Yeah, 30 seconds. So I've got an 8-week training on this. If anybody wants it in this room, let me know. It's just for free. Just hit me up after. I'll give you one example how we use it. So as you heard me speak earlier, I do have a lot of conversations, right? I'm setting 2 appointments a day, half-hour Zoom calls after that. I'm using an app called Granola, which I turned Lisa onto, and she loves it. Granola. It's on a Mac and a PC now. Records every transcript, not the voice, but the transcript. After that conversation, about a half-hour, 40 minutes with an agent, it's a needs analysis. That goes into Claude. Claude reads it. Claude knows how I like to write emails, what I want to cover, how I want to tie opportunity to their challenges, to what's going on. Writes a follow-up email. I take the transcript, goes back into Claude. Claude has a database of about 100 videos. A lot of them are Rob's from Brent Goves. It looks the transcript. It has a summary of every video. It picks the 6 to 7 best ones, sets up a 10-week follow-up sequence be like, hey, Rob, this is a video because you're a Caldwell banker, and this agent, Dylan Nanaka, my friend of mine in Hawaii, just bought our $40 million team. We're doing $400 million. I think you'd appreciate this video. It knows all the videos. It makes the follow-up sequence. So I'm using it to really connect with people on a deeper level, in a personal way. So it's not going to replace us, but it's absolutely going to enhance us.
I love that. Agent enhanced. All right. You want to get a new question? All right. I don't think you do, but I'm going to ask you this. Do you ever get like in a mindset slump, or, like, just anybody ever here experience a slump? Yeah. Yeah. So what do you do? What do you do to get yourself out of that slump? Do you say, I'm a beast? Or what do you do?
You know what? I really, tomorrow you'll get to hear my why and my story. I don't get in many slumps, only because I'm doing what I love, to be honest, right? I worked 2 jobs and all this other good stuff. You'll hear tomorrow, right? So when it comes to a slump, I really don't get in many slumps. And then when I do, I got 38 other people to help motivate me every day, right? So those slumps are really easy to get out of, because I know my goal and my reason and my why right now is not me doing well. It's helping them achieve their goals, right? So those slumps are really easy to get out of.
All right. What's the best piece of advice you've ever been given?
Best piece of advice I've ever been given. I guess it's, you know what, do it with passion, right? I guess it's do it with passion, because I think a lot of the times we almost feel like we have to do it, right? Because there's things to be paid. Yeah. But I have fun doing what I do, and I think a lot of people in this room, if it's your passion, you'll know it because you have fun doing it, right? So it's not a job. I don't look at it like a job.
All right, slump and best piece of advice.
Slump, I'd call it more in my world. It's more probably of a burnout than a slump necessarily, as opposed to
I like that.
on and down. I have a coach. I mean, best piece of advice is, if you're in, a lot of times when you're in the jar, you can't read the label. Okay, so I turn to other people. I have coaches that can point out things to me that I can't see because I'm inside the jar and the label's on the outside. So, John Dietz is one of my coaches, mentors. I speak to multiple times a week, and I've created relationships and mentors in my life at EXP, other leaders who can see what I can't see. And it's real, collaboration and good coaching and mentorship.
All right, Denise, real quick.
Yeah, coach as well. I do have a coach that very easily she gets on me. I have other employees, other business, so I just can't.
No time for that.
I don't
no
have time
for it. Okay, awesome.
Real estate is a follow-up game. Who follow-ups more wins.
Follow up. Follow up is the name of the deal. Yep.
So slump, I guess I would say doing something physical. I practice yoga. I practice hot yoga, and the 60 or 90 minutes in a hot room can definitely shift everything for me.
I love it.
And best piece of advice, I think, 2 things real quick. One is the truth for me is that you always have a choice. And on the other side of that too is that, I think things are happening for me and not to me.
Love
so
it.
I try to shift that around all the time.
Thank you. We'll wrap it up with you. We've got 10 seconds.
Okay, great. I was like, the one piece of advice, I guess, success is the best revenge, for reasons I'll talk about tomorrow.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
And just keep going.
Just keep going. Just do it. Just like Mikey says. Well, I want to thank you guys for being an amazing panel today. Lisa got something she wants to share real quick.
Yeah. Actually, if you could bring up those slides that I asked you to, Rob. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about EXP Luxury tomorrow. We're doing a little bit of an explainer after the main sessions are done. But we have a really amazing promo right now. And I wanted to make sure we got it in today, just so you guys can take the QR code. So if you want to hear more about luxury, there's a luxury table in the back. I'm happy to connect. Reach out to me. Do you have the slides, Rob?
We'll pull it up after the break.
We can pull it up after the break. I just want you guys to get the QR code now in case I didn't know who was going to stay for the after party tomorrow.
Make sure you get it.
We'll put it up after the break, and I'll just come up real quickly.
A big round of applause for these amazing agents.
All right, 1 minute and we'll go. So housekeeping stuff. We're going to take Dick, you coming up here? All right. We're going to take a break, about a 10-minute break tops. We're going to make sure that you get back in the room when that clock counts down to 10, the 10 minutes. We have 7 more speakers coming at you. 7 more speakers. We're going to try to end up by 5:30, but if we go over, who minds if we go over? Because we're going to keep pouring into you. Nobody, right? All right. Dick, go ahead.
We're going to do this afterwards. Everybody's leaving. Enjoy your break.
Enjoy your break, everybody.
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can slowly and quickly make your way back into the room. You got a little bit less than a minute. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. It's time to head back into the building. Please and thank you. All right, one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We need everybody back in the room. Everybody back in the room.
Break is over, please. Thank you. Please come in. Break is over. Thank you. Hi, Nick. How are you?
Whoever did that was. We're back. Hi. Oh, watch that. You got my.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm good.
It's all right. I thought you were going to put a mic.
Sorry. I'm blocking you. They're all coming in. Thank you. Please have a seat. Thank you.
No, it's a great song.
For the speaker, right? And I've got the. You're here.
I was right beside you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Of course. This is on.
Do I have to? It's already on?
Yes.
He was using on the stage.
You really need the mic.
Yes. Yes.
The other
The
gentleman
people.
spoke.
The people in the back. They can't.
Right now.
I know what's happening. I can give you this for now. Sorry. Then you give it back to.
Yep. All right, everybody, please take your seats if you can. Happy hour. Hopefully, we'll start at about 5:30, and you can network as much as you like afterwards. Come on in. Come on in, everybody. Come on in from the hallways, please. Oops, are you okay, Miss Lisa Parenteau? I got you. Okay, here you go. I'll take care of that.
Geez, I haven't had the clicker yet. Uh-oh. All right, I'm hoping that more people are going to come back in because I really want you to hear about the logo, about the luxury promo that's going on right now. If you are not in luxury or you had been in luxury and then you said, you know what, I didn't sell enough luxury homes, as a conversation I just had with a colleague, so I let it go. I want to say two things to you. One is, now is a really great time to consider joining or to re-up because we have a really great promo, which I'm going to show you here in 1 second. But also, water rises to its own level. And there is such amazing resource being created all the time in our luxury division to help people be able to sell their first luxury home or their second luxury home or at least a couple of luxury homes over the year. And when you start to associate and hang out with people in luxury and that sell luxury homes, you learn stuff you wouldn't know. And you also start to build that confidence. And that is what it's all about. Building confidence in yourself that you can sell homes. And let me tell you that sometimes the clients are a little difficult. There's a lot of high Ds in luxury. But boy, when those checks clear, I listen to folks talk about 100 transactions, and their GCI was like 175 or something, and I want to go, oh my. It can be a little easier, and we have an amazing platform and amazing people that continue to try to really raise the level of what we're doing so that we can help the confidence that you have. So the current promo is they will do a luxury email signature for you, but the best part is that they'll work on your co-branded luxury logo. I couldn't wait till I got there so that I could, well, when I first got here, we had that button, that blue button, blue and orange button. They'll do some social media banners. That's a whole branded luxury package, and that's usually costs, I think it's upwards of $1,500. So it's a really great promo. It will give you a good start to get into the luxury space. I've got a table in the back. There's a couple of QR codes there as well. If you're interested in, and if you have any questions, we've got a couple of trainings every single week, and they really try hard. Like last week was Slack for luxury agents. I mean, it's just Slack, but they're trying to continually move with whatever is going on and to make it relevant. We have our marketing person does these great emails a couple times a week, giving you real ideas with graphics and scripts, that can really continue to position you as a luxury agent. So I would love, if anyone wants to talk to me, please reach out. And all the stuff is in the back as well. So thanks. I think that was it. Yeah.
1 2 1 2. All right. Thank you, Lisa. All right. Get ready for the next speaker. This guy's coming in to you from Atlanta, Georgia. I had the pleasure of meeting this gentleman about a year and a half ago, I believe. And the energy that he brought to that room, the sparkle in his eyes, the enthusiasm that he brings to everything that he does gets me fired up. This guy is grateful. He's a servant leader, and he pours into his organization, and he's growing and growing and growing. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Eric Clark.
This thing on? Hello, Boston. I'm clicking. What we got? Roosevelt, 2010 or 19,010, famous for this speech, "The Man in the Arena." We all know it. We know clips about it. I can relate to that man in the arena. I can relate to being knocked down. Over my desk for the last 20 years has been an image of Sylvester Stallone knocking out Apollo Creed in Rocky II. It's in black and white. And everybody thinks as that as the punch where Rocky finally wins. That's what everybody thinks about. It is not why it's over my desk. How many in here today are looking at EXP and you're not with EXP? I want to know who you are. Anybody in this room? All right, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to that group. I can identify with being knocked down. Life has, for some reason, the Lord chose to allow my life to have a story that's not one that I've wanted. And I've been knocked down. But the value is in getting up. And sometimes you get up because you know who you are, and you know your value system, and you know what you're worth. So I'm not sure, I didn't set this up. It's not clicking through properly. But my worth when I was knocked down was never in question. Your worth should not be in question. Your worth shouldn't be tied to what people in your life are telling you you can't do. Your life is more valuable than that. I want you to turn and look at the person beside you, say your name of who you are, and say, I know my value. Do it now. Say your name, look at the person beside you and say, I know my value. I've been knocked down on a few times. And when I was knocked down, I never questioned my value. And in 2017, a little bit about me, for about 30 years, I had a private defense contracting company. I did contracts in over 70 countries and I traveled to 34. And in 2017, I was in Afghanistan waiting to get on the base and we had a problem. We're standing outside the vehicle and we're being sniped in from the towers and we're being sniped in behind us and my hands are in my pocket and I'm standing as cool as a cucumber. And I'm standing there, I'm thinking, Clark, why the heck are you chasing these types of contracts so hard? Look at the harm's way you're in right now. And I was thinking about my family. I was thinking about my kids. I was thinking, why am I doing this? And I needed a reset. I needed a reset. How many here has had a reset in your life? Have you had a reset? Had a reset. So I was looking for a platform. And I needed a reset that was as strong and as forward-thinking as I was. That's what I was looking for. And as I shared with you, I always knew my value. I knew that God had a purpose for my life, bigger than the trials, bigger than the storms you would go through, but He has a purpose in your life. He has a purpose for every person's life. It's very important, if you really truly know your value, who do you spend time with? People in your life should be pulling you forward and lifting you higher. If they're pulling you down or pulling you back, you need to step away from them. Sometimes you'll go through adversities in your life and people that have been with you your whole life are not with you during the adversity. They don't walk with you through it. I had to forgive a lot of people because they didn't walk with me through some storms. But then I realized something over time. They just weren't able to. They weren't able to walk with me through the valley of the shadow of death. They weren't able to walk with me when it was difficult. But there were others who were. I've been so blessed in my life. What the heck? It's jumping on me. How do I go back? This is so important. All right. So what I did when I was in this situation, I asked myself some questions. Am I in the right vehicle to take me where I want to go? Am I working with the system that rewards my entrepreneur vision? I knew I could build. I've built before. I've done contracts in 70 countries. I'm deaf. I can't hear. If I ignore you, it's because I can't hear you. I wear a cochlear implant, but you know what? I may not be able to hear, but I'm a good listener, and there is a difference. In our business, we have to listen to people. So I knew that my entrepreneur vision could be matched with the right platform. I was looking for the right platform. And I began to align myself and my energy and my passions. I was saying, where's the right platform that I can align myself with? I was seeking that. And knowing your value and who you associate with is so important. I've been so blessed to have some amazing people in my life. This gentleman, I've known him for about 30 years. And he's been like a professional mentor to me. He's 10 years my senior. Years ago, he started to speak some truth to me about how I could become better at what I do. Because as I began to get into commercial real estate, and I'm a commercial real estate in Atlanta, Georgia. And by the way, my name is Eric Clark. I didn't even introduce myself to you because this clicker has me a little off. The really cool thing about me, I'm direct descendants of Lewis and Clark, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. So I tell people finding good dirt's in my DNA. Bill knew my story, knows it really well. And he says to me, Eric, if you want to be the best among the best, you need to go get your certified commercial investment member, your CCIM. I said, what is that? He said, less than 7% of the brokers, commercial brokers in the country have their CCIM. If you want to be the best, you've got to do that. Life's experiences teaches you, if you're a student of life, you have to constantly be reinvesting in yourself. If you know your value, you know you have to reinvest in yourself. You have to be a student of learning. So I took Bill's advice. And I went and I got my certified CCIM, my PIN, because years earlier I was told in a board meeting in 2013, Eric, you're so good at selling, but you suck at putting it to paper. A board member said that to me, when I was losing a business that I had bought from my dad, a franchise business, a legacy company business, been in the community for 50 years, and it was a tough situation. It was a situation that none of us asked for. It was a situation that the outliers came and we had to deal with it. And I was selling, but I wasn't putting it to paper well enough. And this colleague, not a friend, spoke truth to me, and it really resonated. He said, you got to do a better job of putting it to paper. So when I decided to go into commercial real estate about 4 or 5 years ago, I said, all right, I got to be among the best. Bill spoke words of truth to me, said, you need to get your certified commercial investment member so you can be the best, so you can inform. Because I didn't want to sell people, Dick. I wanted to inform them. Because I have investors who are calling upon me, and if I sell them and the deal doesn't stick, they're not going to like working with Eric Clark. But if I inform them and I advise them, they're going to want to make the right decision. So I needed a platform that can match that kind of thinking. I didn't want to sell people. I knew I could sell, but I wanted to inform and advise, because who I'm going to be working with. So I go to get my certified commercial investment member so I don't sell anymore. So I don't really share all my passion. So I don't share my vision, because I want to do about the numbers. So I go to Seattle. And after I get my pen, about 30 seconds after I get my pen, I meet this guy. Stand up, Keith. The Keith Andrews from Birmingham, Alabama. And he says, congratulations, Eric. He's on one of the boards of CCI. He says, congratulations, Eric. Who are you? What are you going to do? So my name's Eric Clark. I'm going to start my own firm. It's going to be called Lewis & Clark CRE Group. I'm going to grow it from the Carolinas down to Florida. I'm going to have 10, 15 people, and that's what I'm going to do. I said, what do you do? He said, I work for a company called EXP Commercial. I said, never heard of them. I said, tell me about EXP Commercial. And he did. Tell me about the cap, Sean. 80-20. And by the way, he said to me, Sean, if you exceed 100,000, then you're 100%. Well, I had just left $750,000 on the table 2 years earlier. That resonated with me. Oh, and if you do more than $500,000 GCI in a year, they're going to give you $20,000 back in stock. Well, I mean, Al Gore could even figure that out. That pencils out, right? Right? Oh, I can do that. And it caught my attention. And you know why it caught my attention? Because I saw this platform. I said, this is risk adverse. There's no risk here. I've been bitten. Oh, this is a double clicker. I heard the story and I was all in. I said, I'm all in. I want to be with that platform. I was looking for a platform that matched my vision, my entrepreneur spirit, my skill sets, but I didn't want to be with anybody or an organization that was going to bite me again. I couldn't afford it. I was having a reset. So my why, I needed to connect to a platform that I could grow, and it would match my vision, my passion, and my mission. I met Keith. And I heard about EXP Commercial. It has allowed me to build an organization based upon the numbers, because the cap, the stock, the icon status, and oh, by the way, we can do business in all 50 states, and oh, by the way, we can do business in 28 countries. My time's up. Oh my gosh, the slides don't work. So I was all in, and it was a turning point, and I was rising up. So starting over, it's about finding the right platform. And I know I'm short on time, but I'll say this to you. It is all about the platform. You don't have to go out there if you're building. You don't have to go out there and EXP all over everybody. Get to know people. Talk to them. Find out what their reasons are. Find out what their whys are. Listen to them. And then begin to bring added value to you. Here's what I see all the time. Tell me what you're doing. Tell me what's difficult. Tell me what your challenges are. And let me see if I can bring added value to that. That's a good conversation. And if you do that, you don't have to tell them about EXP. They'll say, hey, where do I sign up? How do I get involved? And so that's what I've been doing. Love this company. I want to say to you, know your value. Be in the room with the right people. I mean, talk about being in the room with the right people. Tom Trung, Marissa, you two are beautiful people. I did everything I could to get here. I got here at 3:30 this morning, but I was coming because of this guy right here and this guy right here. Now I'm coming because of this guy right here. and this guy right here. And now I've got a new friend. You want to be in a platform that rewards you. And by the way, this platform, guess what? It's willable. And if you know your value, you'll realize that better never settles. So I'll end with that. I love this platform. Love being here. I'm Eric Clark. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. I want to talk about commercial real estate. I'm your man. You want to be encouraged? Talk to the leaders in this room. If you're looking at EXP, quit looking. Be in the moment. Make an epic decision in the moment, not tomorrow. Make the decision. Champions make decisions in the second. This is the second. There's no other platform. Here's where your value is. Thank you.
Woo! Know your value. Do you guys know what your value is? Understand your value. Know your worth. Know your value. Lewis and Clark, Eric Clark, Atlanta, Georgia. Give it up to him again. Our next speakers are my dear friends, Amy Weaver and Sean Murphy. They are both Senior VP of Growth for eXp Realty and eXp Commercial. They help me and all of you guys build your business so you have a brokerage within a brokerage. So let's get up for them. They have many things to say, and I can't wait to hear what they have to say.
Hello, Sean.
Hear me?
Can I hear you?
No?
Technology.
Is it on it now?
There you are.
Well, welcome, everybody. I remember doing this like 4.5.
We did. Has it been that long?
We were hired on the exact same day.
Yeah,
And
we were. I was lost in the world, riding a boat, carrying our president then, Dave Kennord. I left him at the dock. I meant to bring him with me. So yeah, it's been a little while.
It's been really wild. At one point, Amy and I ran the whole country for growth. We're bringing on an average of 4,000 people a month. And here we are.
Here we are. And you guys are actually doing that. We just were helping you to get them across the finish line. So yeah, appointment after appointment every single day. Like Sean said, we've been here 4.5 years and it has been an extraordinary ride. And we are better than ever. What do you think?
We're better than ever.
We're better than ever. So let's do a brief snapshot of where we are. If you guys listened to the earnings call last week, you know, even with this shifting market, as I talked about on my panel, we are still doing steady business and improving. So our sales transactions per agent were up 4% year over year. That's a big deal. Give yourselves a round of applause because you guys are producers and you're making it happen. You're putting food on your table and you're getting homes for the people that you're working with. Our agent attrition increased. Attrition means the agents that we're keeping and not losing, that increased 22% year over year. Again, give yourselves a hand of applause because, guys, that is incredible when we are keeping agents when there's so many options out there. We're open in 3 new countries, one of which is Japan. Whoever talked about that. We're in 3 countries right now. Our international growth revenue, it grew by 59% year over year. Incredible. We are co-sponsoring now, and we're doing it in 22 countries. Co-sponsorship is a really big deal for you guys, and we've always been collaborative, but we're more collaborative than we've ever been before, and it is because of great ideas that we are able to be a part of in those backroom boardrooms and those executive leadership meetings where we're coming up with these fantastic ideas. And that was Glenn's idea. And wow, has it made a difference for our company. Icon agents, you guys are doing more business than ever. We increased 9% for Icon agents year over year, which is absolutely incredible because then we are paying you to be with us. And so we love when that happens. When you're 100% plus, we love that. So over 82,000 agents right now, global expansion and record productivity. Good job.
Well, we're also in 27 countries. And I would like to thank Daniel Eng. You have the first co-sponsorship in Japan. Is that you?
That's Daniel.
Yep. And who's going to get the first co-sponsorship in South Korea?
Who is it?
Who's
They're
going to be
out there
first
in
in
the
South
audience.
Korea? Seriously. Hey, when you're in the bottom, when you're in the foundation platform of a country, ask Rob. That's lucrative. You want to go. You call up somebody in South Korea that sells real estate.
And that's the important piece.
Have
That's
you
the
ever
important
heard?
piece.
Here's your 22-second script. If I can get you to sit down with the head of commercial for the largest real estate company in the United States, would that be worth 20 minutes of your time?
Or the head of growth.
If they say no, you really don't want to be in business with them anyway.
That's right.
Like somebody asked me if I want to sit down with the head of growth for any company. I go, yeah, sure, why not? That'd be great.
So it's learning, right?
Yep.
Here's your stats, Sean.
All right. Well, commercial's having a much better year. And I'm going to say something that isn't on this. We just had our best month last month as far as net profit.
Whoop, whoop.
So we're up 41% year over year for company revenue, 45% for gross profit, 26% for volume, and 7% for units, which are the numbers that really matter. The units volume, but most of all, gross profitability. That's where EXP shines. Because when you're not profitable, you have to cut the 4 S's: sales, service, systems, and support. And that's where it affects you guys.
We probably owe it all to Eric.
We owe it all to Eric.
Thanks for coming over, Eric. If you guys haven't heard, we are doing some big things like CRM of choice. Does everybody know about that? All right. Make sure that you get in there and choose your CRM. We have 3 great choices. They're slightly different from one another. So go into the training webinars, learn about them. We also opened up EXP Land and Ranch as a division. And if you haven't seen that, marketing is absolutely beautiful. And it partners nicely with luxury. We talked about co-sponsorship. Canva Pro has been a really big hit for you guys. We launched that at EXPCon last year. By the way, go to EXPCon. Lots of great things happening there. Fixer AI. All of you guys are able to get Fixer AI. Go do that. It's going to help you save time, streamline your business. Slack. I can't tell you how important it is for you guys to get into Slack. That is where we are able to talk with you, add team members. So Workplace is going away. It wasn't it wasn't us choosing that. It wasn't our choice, but this is where we are, and we're going to embrace Slack, and that's where we can communicate with you at the highest level, and that's where you can communicate with us as a growth team. And then Lovable. Lovable is AI, and we're building all kinds of great things with Lovable.
Yeah. Do all of you raise your hand if you know what Lovable is?
It's pretty
Remember
good.
when you had to hire like a development team to write any kind of application? You know, Lovable, you can just go, I would like an application that showed what my heart rate was every 20 seconds throughout the entire day. And it will code that for you and tell you how to do it. Plain language programming. I really need to know what my sales figures are on a daily basis. It will tell you what you need to do to make that happen.
When we were at EXPCon Canada, Glenn brought me aside. He's like, hey, let's build a website really quickly. It took him 4 minutes to build a luxury website. It was pretty cool, I have to say. It was painful 4 minutes for me to sit there and wait for it. It felt like an eternity, but it was 4 minutes, and we had a very functional website that was beautiful. So
We're going back to the Q2 earnings highlights, $1.3 billion in revenue in just Q2, and Q2 sales volume of $52 billion. You know, last year we had $151 billion for the entire year. To put this into perspective, you guys sold 424,000 units last year. 424,000, almost 500 million units. It's amazing. You guys are incredible.
we're number 1 in units.
Yep.
And what this means for the agents, it means, guys, that with all this stuff that you just saw, we are a soft place for agents to land. A lot of agents aren't doing the business that you're doing. A lot of independent brokerages are upside down in their businesses. And we have the opportunity. The opportunity is greater than ever at EXP. So you guys need to grab hold of that and start talking. If you love it here, start sharing. This is your opportunity to grow.
So to prove our growth and our culture, and we were told something by Dr. John Maxwell the other day.
We did.
Culture will beat vision every time. You guys are the family. Keith and Eric, I hang out with you guys way too much. Rob and Tommy, way too much. So we had some acquisitions of huge teams in the United States. Kyler Ferris and his team, Clint and Shane Neal, #1 in West Texas. They're huge, and they're opening a commercial arm. We had Via Williams, who came over. She was with Place, which was formerly, almost exclusively with another brand. And we just got a nice big team in Indianapolis that just does commercial real estate. Brian and David Hannon and their brothers on the way over too. These guys list billions in real estate.
Yeah, and it's amazing. And I've been talking to you guys out here. You have all kinds of opportunities. There's a KW opportunity out there. I'm talking to someone who's coming this month. She has 172 agent brokers that she is choosing to bring over. It's 2 years young. Can you imagine doing that in 2 years, what she can do here with our EXP, our platform? Last year, we were able to bring over 400 independent brokerages. So when I tell you the time is now, the time is now. So with culture plus vision, which we've demonstrated to you, we are always looking for ways to make it better for our agents. We don't sit around and talk about how to make it better for corporate. It is how we can make it better for you every single time. And you saw that when Michael was saying RevShare 2.0. We're making it easier for you guys to put more money in your pockets. And so, again, I implore you to share, because this is the time. And if you think right now that you've missed the boat on attraction, or that someone else is better than you, or like, I can't be Rob Flick. Well, maybe you can be that single mom that's earning a car payment every month. And so bitter is not the way to go. Don't be bitter, get better. Don't be bitter, get better. Bitter builds walls, and growth builds legacy. I just want you guys, I want that to resonate with you. Be better, don't be bitter, because growth is where we're going to build legacies. And that's what we're here to do, is help you to build a legacy, one agent at a time, one incredible productive team at a time, one brokerage at a time. And we're here to help you do that.
Absolutely.
This is a map of, I cover the whole country, and if you want me to help you get a brokerage across the finish line or a really big team, I can do that, but I have a whole lot of amazing talent that is here to support me. We have 3 VPs, Frank Panuto, Russ Lagan, and Tony King, and they have 6 regional directors spread amongst them, and that is what this map is. You can find it on the EXP Toolkit, and we're super excited to be with you guys in real life. They're doing in real life events, masterminds monthly. And so if you guys are interested in doing that, reach out to them. They're doing growth strategy sessions to teach you guys how to grow your organization, how to start having the conversations. And then we have Fast Attract, by the way. Fast Attract is coming up again. We just had our pilot, and it's coming up again in September. You guys need to get in there. The agents that were in it are raving that this is one of the top courses that they've ever been in. And it's our growth leaders that are teaching that.
Well, we're here to help. I cover the whole country. I have one Lindy director that all the commercial people know. Don't forget co-sponsorship. A lot of people had, they probably had the inability to attract because they didn't know how to support the other brokerage. The other brokerage being commercial and Realty are separate brokerages. How do I support somebody in Realty? I could actually partner with Chad. He could support them in Realty. Did you know you could ask Rob Flick, if you have somebody, I really want to learn attraction. You could actually be co-sponsored with Rob Flick in his first freaking line. You know how he takes care of his first line? You can partner with her. You can partner with Tom. You can partner with anybody in here. This is going to become one big muddy company, which means we're going to do great.
So the last thing I'll implore you to do is connect with us on Slack. That is the best way to reach us. So again, get in there. I can tell you right now, I'm getting pigeon messages, Facebook messages, Instagram messages, text messages, all the things in between, and it's super confusing. So it won't be great if that stuff falls through the cracks, because we want to be here to support you. Best way to do that is through Slack. If you have a question for me, Slack me up.
Amy Weaver, Slack. Sean Murphy, Slack. I don't want another ding on my Instagram or my LinkedIn. I don't.
And guess what, Sean? We're just getting started.
Oh, we're just getting started. And I like the million. Let's go to a million idea, because you know what? When you got something that works, it works for everyone. So
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Remember that old saying, the future's so bright, I need to get shades? Honestly, I think those slides definitely were indicating that. I am so excited to hear the story and to hear the presentation of our next presenter. Her name is Denise Fernandez. She's from the Miami market. You heard her up on the panel earlier, the top producer panel. But I have to say, many of us had a very circuitous route to getting here. And that would actually be like a really great kind of podcast for people to talk about how they got here. Because many of us didn't get here like, let me just go look up that EXP and sign up. But this gal, Denise, was actually, is there a politically correct way to say this? The housekeeper for Tracy Gagnon, who's way at the top of my food chain. She's, kind of maybe my level 6 or level 7. And I think she listened to this going on. Tracy has always been an amazing communicator and ever so persuasive and beautiful and very elegant. And she just must have heard these conversations over and over and over. And one day thought, for God's sakes, I need to get into real estate. And so that's what she did. And now here she is, a top producer in the Miami market and representing us. And I can't wait to hear her full presentation. Welcome, Denise Fernandez.
Denise Fernandez, and I wish I was from Miami. I'm from Palm Coast. It's a very small town. Who knows where Palm Coast is? Yeah, a few people. Yay! So, it's Christmas. What have you done? The year is about to ending, and a new year is about to beginning. This is my favorite liquid songs from Brazil. I always think about that phrase, that the year ends and the new year starts beginning. So when I was 17 years old, my mom decided to come to America. It was 5 of us, and she only had $2,000 on her pocket. That was not easy. We thought we were gonna come to US and was gonna be easier than Brazil. Guess what? We got here was a different language and a different culture. 19 years old, I decided to open my own company, a cleaning company. We were in Fort Myers. And I started cleaning. 2 years later, the company was starting to pick it up. I had new clients. Mom decided to move to Palm Coast. Palm Coast on that time had 1 light and 1 Walmart, nothing else. So I had to start all over again. And I did, with a cleaning company. Moving forward, life was great. My husband always supported me. He became a trauma nurse, and the cleaning company was booming. And I said, you know what? I have 2 boys, Jonathan and Joshua. Jonathan's 9 years old. He's autistic. And I said, I'm going to stop cleaning for a little bit. I have employees. Company is going great. And Tracy Gagnon asked me to give a quote on her house. So I did. I went there, gave her a quote. She said, I want twice a week. And I said, fine. As soon as I walking out at the door, she's like, do you know any realtors or brokers in town? And I was like, sure. I cleaned for a few of them. She said, realtors get free with EXP. And I turned around and I said, there is no freedom being a realtor. Because I was a realtor in 2008. the broker came in town and he opened a branch and he told me, "You're going to take care of this office." And I said, "How?" He's like, "Figure out, you're a businesswoman." Well, my mom always said that to me, figure out. And on that year, 2008, he never responded the phone. I said, "I don't know how to write this contract. Figure out." Long story short, the landlord came and said, "Hey, you're behind the month payments at 3 months. What should I do?" I was like, "I don't know. Let's close this. Let's close this office." And that was my end of my career being a realtor. I said, never, ever again, I want to become a realtor. Guess what, guys? Never say never. So Tracy said that to me. Realtors is free. When I was going down to the elevator, I said, "You know what? I'm not cleaning anymore, but I'm going to clean her house. I'm going to see what is different." Because I clean for a lot of brokers, I clean for a lot of realtors, and I see the frustration and the pain inside their house. So I did. I cleaned for her for 9 months. One day I was cleaning and organizing her closet. I saw a book, Millionaire Mindset for Wealthy Realtors. That book changed my life. I order, instead of asking her, she's the one who wrote the book. I ordered the book on Amazon. The book came. I read the book in one night. I turned to my husband the next morning and I said, "I'm going to become a realtor." He's like, "No, you're not." And I was like, "Oh, yes, I am." So less than 21 days, I became a realtor and my mind changed. I had to switch. I dressed up, put a makeup on, I did my hair, high heels, and I called Tracy and I said, "Tracy, can I meet you?" She's like, "Yes, sure. What's going on?" And I was like, "No, I need to go to your house." She's like, "Are you going to fire me?" And I was like, No, I need to see you." So I went there. She's like, "Whoa." And I was like, "I'm a realtor and I'm here and I'm going to sign with EXP." She's like, "Really?" "Yes. You guys should have see Super Dave, his husband. He was having a coffee. He got out of the office and he's like, 'Who are you?' Because he always sees me on ponytail and leggings. And I said, 'I'm a different person. I'm a realtor now.'" So as soon, so I told Tracy, "What should I do next?" So that was a very important question for me because of my past and what happened. She said, "You're going to call everyone on your phone and you're going to tell them that you're a realtor." I was like, "Oh, okay, that's easy." So I call everyone on my phone. My first week, I closed the 3 deals. Fasting forward, my husband had to become a realtor because the first year we did more than 20 transactions. I just didn't know we could hire a TC. Now we have TCs and VAs. So after my second year, I was dealing with a lot of investors and I said, "You know what? They are profitable, minimum 30 to 40,000 on each property. Let me just go ahead and invest, partner up with my brother. We do a lot of flips, became an icon second year. This is my only shine 3 years. And I kept less than 3 months this year. What I want to tell you is go back to the song. What have you done this year? If you're a new agent, you still have time to hustle up. If you are agent that you already achieve your milestone, continue growing. I'm Denise Fernandez and I'm here to help you if you need me.
really quickly, because I can't wait to get to the content that Michael's going to share with us, but I'm going to introduce Michael Huxtable. You've probably seen him back there by the entrance. He works for a company called Real Greater. And Michael is amazing at transforming your online presence. If it's not where you want it to be and you think it could use a little bump, I really, really, really invite you to consider what Real Greater has to offer. Michael's been in the industry for about 25 years, so he really knows all the ins and outs. And you got to stay awake, right? You got to stay awake with this. He also just traveled here from Nicaragua, which is kind of interesting. And he's here. He's always a supporter of EXP and of all of us. They're actually an affiliate partner with us because they do such an amazing job. And I can't wait to see what he has to share with us today about AI.
Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To turn it on. Yes, thank you so much. How is everybody? Yeah, we awake? Yeah? Awesome. These next 15 minutes, I promise you, will transform your business if you pay attention. Okay? I promise. So my name is Michael Huxtable. Thank you so much for the help. I've been involved in digital marketing and real estate technology for 25 years. I've had the privilege of traveling the nation, speaking to agents and brokers and team leads about the concept of utilizing technology you already own. There's a good one, right? And now the power of Google, social media, and AI. I got 15 minutes. I'm going to talk fast. You're going to need your cell phones, so get them out. If you're having other text conversations, stop. Because you're going to, I'm here to give you a lot of good, cool, free stuff too, okay? So here's the deal. Let me make sure this thing's working. Bingo. So it's 2025, right? Everything is digital. How many of you, by a show of hands, have been in this game of real estate for 20 years or more? Raise your hands. Everyone look around the room. 15. Keep your hands up, by the way, if you're 20. 15. 10. 5. Everyone drop your hands. And how many of you are 5 years or less? Awesome. So it's almost half and half. Interesting. So the folks who raised their hands at the beginning, when this whole game started, a real estate, the MLS is delivered to them in a book. It was black and white. It was out of date. And that's the way the game ran, right? But now it's 2025. Everything's digital. And you got to catch up. I've been I forget who said they just came back from Inma, but I was in San Diego. Yes, I live in Nicaragua. I don't know if you caught that. But I was in San Diego last week, went home for 2 days, circled back around, and now I'm here. That looks like a 3-hour car ride from San Juan del Sur up to Managua, get on a plane, head to Miami, 3-hour layover, get on a plane here, and then another Uber. It's my pleasure to be here. Huge fan of EXP. We've been a trusted partner with you guys for years. So in DC at NAR, this is one of the biggest topics of conversation this year. It's now the era of the trusted real estate professional. Now more than ever, consumers will search and evaluate you because of what happened with NAR, all the settlements, all that nonsense. You have to understand everyone Googles you. Everyone looks you up. You have to be clear on that. And I'm sure you Google everyone else as well. So I don't know if you know who this guy is, Tom Ferry. I'll be there at the end of the month sponsoring his event. He's a big fan, and that's his big saying. Your business is whatever Google says it is. I hope that resonates because it's true, okay? So it's time to get present with your digital footprint. Here's the problem. 93% of you in this room are not optimized, yet everyone looks you up, okay? Now's a great time to take a screenshot. These are the 8 platforms that all show on the first page of Google when someone looks you up or any other realtor you're in competition with. And to be clear, that's a Google business page top left. And it's proven year after year, if they're branded and optimized properly, they're guaranteed to generate you the most revenue. So, common sense says, if it's not done yet, all of these need to be leveraging your brand, working properly, up-to-date, indexed, backlinked together, because if they're not, you're just getting passed up. And a lot of this happens, you don't even know it. But people Google you, they're not impressed, they go on to the next person. Now, after grading over 250,000 agent profiles with a software program that we created that scans 181 data points amongst all 8 of those platforms. And what it's designed to do is find everything that's wrong, broken, outdated, and one of our games is we fix it all for you. But these are the biggest mistakes you're making. Inconsistent social media posting and lack of branding. You're with EXP. It's the fastest growing company out there in our industry. You got to be loud and proud. EXP should be plastered everywhere. And if you're not yet with EXP, you got to join so you can join the party. You got a lot of broken links out there, outdated information, inappropriate negative content, maybe bad reviews. A lot of you are missing profiles or have duplicates. I've already Googled a few of you in this room. Take notes. A lot of you have duplicate LinkedIns and duplicate Realtor.coms. You do not want that to happen. So, oops, wrong way. So here's the deal. How many of you, it's time to be honest and check in with yourself. How many of you can admit you're dabbling when it comes to your online business? Dabbling, come on, raise your hands, be proud. So many of you are lying. How many of you are all in? You better raise your hand, right? Okay, so I'm gonna ask that again. It's time to check in with your business. How many of you are dabbling when it comes to your online business? I should see way more hands than that. Okay, let me give you an example. Maybe someone's looking you up and your Realtor.com has that great default image. That means it's blank. Maybe someone looks you up on LinkedIn, you got that tri-colored banner, it means it's blank. It's dying for a branded cover image. Maybe your Google business page has that weird picture of your office and you only got 2 Google reviews, but you've been around for 5 years or longer. Google reviews equal currency, period. All of you need to be obsessed about getting more reviews. And I have a tool to share with you for free that will help you do that. Okay? Google just changed their algorithm a few weeks ago. They announced it to us. They're rewarding realtors who have the most Google reviews on their Google business page with placement. Get in the game. Okay? Here's the deal. Let's go to, I'm going to fast forward this. Some of you know this guy. You think he's dabbling or think he's all in? Absolutely. Some of you know this lady. You think she's dabbling or think she's all in? Absolutely. This is her great testimonial. Real Great is an absolute must for any EXP agent, especially Lux. We specialize in Lux, regular, commercial, international icons. We have all the marketing materials, but obviously they've been through our program and they love it. Some of you might know this rock star if you're big into teams. Kendall's been through our program as well. And how many of you are overwhelmed with your online presence? 3 of you? Are any of you realtors? Everyone should raise your hand except 5 people in this room, okay? So here's the deal. How many of you want help with this stuff? All right, for only those of you who raise your hands, I'm going to reward you. Here's how. Get your phones out. If you really want help, text me. That's my personal cell phone. Don't take a screenshot of it. Take action. Oh, you're still taking a screenshot. Oh, look at this. They're focusing. They're trying to get the right filter on there. Just text me your name and 8 site. That'll let me know that you need help with this stuff. We've helped thousands of EXP agents, okay? Now, what you're looking at is a time hack. I'm here to give even more free stuff. And you still need my number? I hear people. 201-381-7933. Yes, I live in Nicaragua. That's a Jersey number. I have a crazy life. Born in Boston, raised in Atlanta, moved to Tampa, Vegas, Salt Lake, San Diego, New Jersey, Long Island, and now I, yes, am in Nicaragua. It's crazy. So, to get the free stuff, that's what you got to do. We already discovered who needs help. I'm also here to give you guidebooks. If you're too busy to go through these, share the love. Give it to your VA. Give it to your marketing assistant. Give it to your downline. These are step-by-step guidebooks on how to manipulate every single one of those platforms. Round of applause. Yay, get excited. This stuff's so powerful, you guys. The National Association of Realtors uses it in their organization. So if you want the guidebooks, I'm also here to give every single one of you a free digital business card. We are the go-to digital card for all of EXP. Leo announced it 2 years ago at Summit on stage. So raise your hand if you want a complimentary digital card. Yes, it's awesome. It's called the Instacart. It'll change your business. If you want some tips on how to use it, just stop by. And I'm also going to give you a list of AI tools that we know work at the end of the presentation. Not right now, because if I gave it to you, you would stop listening to me. So here's what we do. Where's my time? Beautiful. Wow. We are a digital marketing system for the trusted real estate professional. We literally organize your entire digital chaos. We do 3 main things. Digital card, you all got your complimentary version. We do an 8-site optimization. I just gave you the guidebooks to do it yourself. and an influencer, which is an AI-powered, Canva-integrated digital marketing system. We can post for you automatic. We have EXP Lux content. We have regular content, all sorts of galleries to choose from. We got a lot of happy clients within. I have 5 minutes to do this, so this is my favorite part. This is where I'm actually going to Google someone, and it's called an audit. If you want an audit, I'm going to throw up my QR code so I can do this with you. We'll meet for 30 minutes in the future. Raise your hand for 20 years or longer in the business. Keep your hand up if you want me to Google you really quick and give you some free tips on where you can focus your own efforts to fix your online presence. Yeah? You're in? All right, brother. What's your full name? Awesome. There he is. Sean, you're in Mass? Where are you at? Nice. I just left there. I lived in Del Mar for about 6 years. Yeah. So ready? Here we go. If I hear Sean's the best realtor in San Diego, I'm going to look him up, right? And this is what the world sees. Number one, on the right-hand side, whether he has one or not, what should be there? Google business page, right? Lisa's got one. I know Miss Lisa Vidal's got one. I know she's here. Scott found us at EXP last year. But when someone Googles you, you need to have a Google business page on the right. Okay, it should have a headshot connected to the maps. You should be building your reviews, every way to contact you. You should link up somehow. Most of you don't even have this activated, appointments. A link for someone to make a direct appointment with you. We're the only digital card that shows on a PC. It's called the Instacard, so we take advantage. You have to have all your profiles linked up, and then posting daily. Tom's posting, and so are we. Okay, if you want to know how we help Tom, if you want to know how we help Lisa, if you want to know how we helped Lisa Vidal, if you want to know how I help Scott, stop by the booth or schedule time with me, okay? So let's get back to Sean. First link to research him, Zillow, obviously very powerful platform. Here we go. So you want to keep your headshots consistent. You want to keep your bios consistent. Their specialties, they have added so many more gray boxes that we can add. Uh-oh, what are you guys catching? Oh, damn it. Totally busted, dude. It's all good. Everyone here, don't hate me. But, so these are things that we need to update, okay? Hey, you volunteered. So here's the deal. We got to make sure these links work, okay? And this still takes us to a KW website. It's okay. We're going to fix it for him. We're going to fix it for him. But look at this. He's got his EXP commercial. Yeah, give a man a round of applause. So what we want to do is take this banner for him and personalize it, right? Like, if you look up Lisa, this is her personalized branding strategy we came up with. Leveraging logos. If you're in California, we got to put your DRE number. We know all the rules, okay? But branding is personalized, and it's important, right? And then we need to optimize these things. In this bio here, he should have several links everywhere to find him, but they don't have any. They should have links to his website, his Facebook, or his Instagram, all his others. And then in the About section, it needs to have all sorts of links. If you want me to get more specific, stop by the booth. I got 2 minutes. But you guys see the power of an audit? I guarantee you who would have never seen this, because how many times you really go through, check all the links, and look at everything. So look at it. Uh-oh. So his Realtor.com still says KW, but so he stopped selling residential and made the switch. Some of you are looking to join EXP, but you're with Keller Williams or Coldwell Banker. You have to go through a rebrand. This stuff, you have to understand the customer journey. Everyone looks you up. Everyone goes through link by link if they're truly interested. You have to have this stuff up to date, right? So since he stopped selling residential, that's why it says this, but that's a direct link to the MLS. Now, this I love. Most of you only put a few areas in here. He put as many different areas as possible because you want to populate within Realtor.com in those towns, right? So it's imperative that you keep going, you update all your profiles. It's something we can help with. Look, he's got his new EXP commercial here. But if you want to spend time with me, I'm out of time, so I'm just going to throw up my QR code. As you can see, this stuff's pretty important. I've been doing it for 25 years. Are you sure? Oh, let's ask your wife. Hold on. Where is she? Am I good? Are you guys getting a lot of good stuff? Good. Okay, cool. So, hold on. I think he just wants to keep roasting Sean. So, so look, there's so many. I hope you guys are filming this or at least, so next to connections, there's a blue link that should be here right to his website or his digital card. contact information is incomplete. It's just sending me back to LinkedIn, so I can't even find him on other platforms. So when I say optimization, you need to add all the links that are necessary, backlink everything together, obviously make sure that your branding's consistent and everyone knows you're with a new company. But this stuff is crucial. You have to understand. People are looking you up, and this is that's not him. No, trust me, there's another, see, there's the other guy. Yeah. But you get my point? This stuff is crucial. If you saw this presentation and you saw how your leaders, like, if you're looking to build your business and you don't look like this and your platforms aren't optimized properly, how do you expect to build? I'm only following someone like that or like Scott, right? If I got into commercial, I'd follow you. But you get my point? This stuff is so important. If you want my help, here's my QR code. Get on my calendar. Schedule yourself an appointment. In the future, you'll see I'm crazy busy. But where is it? Damn it. Oh, I also have one. I have flyers on my table that you guys can pick up that has my QR code. But if you're truly serious, please don't get on my calendar if you're not. I'm just as busy as you. Number two, if you schedule an appointment, please show up. Oh my God, I can't tell you how many times, like 50% of you just kind of ghost me. Please, only show up if you really want help with this stuff. I have a solution for everything. And if you're really serious, just stop by the booth. I'll be here for 2 days. I'll be at every party. Just don't judge me at the party. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
Was that good or was that good? Stop Googling yourself. You do that later. Do that later. That's Mike. Oh, give away the free stuff. We want free stuff.
Get out your phones. Seriously, no, you're going to text. 516. Text this number, 516 400 4161. Again, 516-400-4161. Text that number, EXP. Press send. When you text 516-400-4161 EXP, you're going to get a pop-up on your phone. It says, add yourself to community. Click that button, add yourself to community. Once you do that and fill out your personal information, all those links are going to come through. You're going to get a link to your free card, a link to the guidebooks, and a link to the AI tools. One last time, 516-400-4161, text it EXP, add yourself to community, all the links will come through. Thanks.
All right, Mike, thank you again for your sponsorship. Love you, man. He's been a big supporter of us and support of you guys. All right, how we doing? We're hanging in there? We're getting good? It's going to get good. It's going to get better. It's going to get really good. Next up, I've called this gentleman for over 5 years. 5 years, because I knew he is a rock star. Over 200 agents in his organization, his independent brokerage in New York. I don't think I ever got to a point where it says, Tom, stop calling me. Okay? And he'll tell you the rest of his story, but I have the pleasure now to call Mr. Mike Levy, my friend and my business partner and your next featured speaker. Come on up, Mike.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Michael Levy, and I'm an EXP agent. So my route into EXP was a little bit circuitous also. I majored in textile machinery in college. I went to Clemson. I graduated in 1985. And when I graduated, Reagan was president. The textile industry was not in good shape, and I couldn't get a job. I could be a swing shift supervisor at a carpet mill in Dalton, Georgia, but that's not what I was looking for. So I needed a change. I needed something different. It was not a fast lane into real estate, but life doesn't always take you on a straight line through this journey, right? Sometimes it's different. Sometimes it takes twists and turns. My first job, 9 months after I graduated, it took me, was a commercial real estate agent for Helmsley Spear in Manhattan. I worked for Harry and Leona Helmsley. I met them both numerous times. Harry Helmsley is like the Mick Jagger of real estate. When he walks into the room, everybody is so excited to meet him. And it was true. Leona too, before. But what I really liked, and as I did some office leasing, I really liked the tenant improvement work. And so I started to think about switching and going into construction. And so I transitioned. I left Helmsley Spear. I became a carpenter. I built some houses, everything from foundations to kitchen cabinets. And at night, I went to NYU and I got a diploma in building construction management. That diploma was so powerful, I was able to get a job at Laird McGovern, one of the biggest construction management companies in Manhattan. I built 2 high-rise office buildings, one of them Capital City ABC's headquarters, a 22-story, 450,000 square foot building on a team with guys. It was a great job because you can drive in, park your car behind the plywood gates, wear a hard hat, take the construction elevator up and down. Fantastic. I loved it. That was my forever job. And then guess what? Bam, the market changed. I got laid off. I needed a new change. So I decided at that point, that's it for jobs for me. I don't want it. I don't want to risk getting laid off again. I don't want the emotional baggage of it. So I was trying to figure out what to do. And in my family, we bought a 30-room hotel at a ski area in Mammoth Lakes, California. And I moved out there and I ran the hotel for 2 years. I was a ski bum, 100 days a year for 2 years. But it was a hotel, a terrible location for a hotel, but a great location for a retail strip center. So after 2 years, we tore it down. We built a 15,000 square foot retail strip center, leased it up, and sold it to the Ace Hardware operator, our anchor tenant. And I liked it. Well, I liked being a real estate developer. I wanted to do that more. I thought it would be good for me. I started driving back to New York, and I stopped in Boulder. And I really liked Boulder. Boulder is like my mecca. I fell in love with it. I bought a little junky house with no heat, a log cabin up in the mountains with a wood stove. And I still had my real estate license, and I joined Keller Williams. And I really liked it. I liked Keller Williams a lot, and I liked the idea. It was really my first taste of recruiting and attracting real estate agents. And I started to get into kind of thinking bigger in terms of Keller Williams. And I met with some guys there, and I started meeting with more guys, and I realized that owning the region for Keller Williams is a really good business opportunity. So I tried to buy the region to develop Keller Williams franchises in the tri-state area. Lower New York State, New York City, Long Island, Western Connecticut, Northern New Jersey, regional owner earns 3% off the top of every commission. That's a pretty good region. So I met with Gary Keller and Mo Anderson. They teamed me up with a guy named Dave Jenks. Dave Jenks wrote the book, The Millionaire Real Estate Agent. Maybe you guys have read it. He was the dean of Keller Williams University. And they teamed me up with him. They said, if you want to buy the region, you got to do it with Dave Jenks. They teamed me up with him, and we tried to buy it. We tried to put it together. We worked for like 3 years trying to buy that region from Gary Keller, and unfortunately, we were not able to buy it. And it was a disappointment, but that's okay. I learned a lot. And what I learned enabled me to open Grand Lux Realty. So in July of 2006, I opened Grand Lux Realty. We started in our basement. My wife and I, we were a discount broker. $4.95 to put a listing on the MLS and 2% to the buyer's agent, nothing for us on the back end. And we got 100 listings. And we attracted buyers from those listings, and we worked with the buyers and sold them either our listing or something else that they would prefer, and we earned a commission. And over time, we became full service, full commission, We opened more offices. Ultimately, I was able to grow Grand Lux Realty into 6 offices, 250 agents. Our best year was 2022. We sold almost $100 million. We sold almost $1 billion total. And then came the pandemic. COVID happened. And in New York, it turned out we were not able to work for months. And it was really challenging for us. And then the government flooded our economy with cheap and free money, causing inflation. And then interest rates started going up. And the business got challenging. And the industry changed a little bit for me. It started to feel like sluggish in comparison to how it was. And I felt like I kind of hit a plateau. You know, when you first open an office on Main Street in your little town, it's fantastic, full of ego and excitement, and I was really enthusiastic about it. 18 years later, I was like, it's enough already. You know, it's like a ball in a chain now, and I have to go in every day, and I've got to work, and nobody's coming in, and there's no walk-ins, and the agents aren't coming in, and what's the point anyway? I couldn't get over $100 million. That was my goal. I kept asking myself, is this it? Is this all there is? What's my next step? What is my exit strategy? And EXP was always in the back of my mind. So the first time I heard about EXP, I had a meeting with some people. One person is here now, and we met with Dave Gagnon. EXP had 400 people there. And Dave came to my office in Armonk, and he showed me the metaverse, and I thought it was so silly. And I was like, oh, come on, this is ridiculous. And Dave finished his presentation to us, and there was like 4 of us around the table, and they all looked at me. What do you want to do, Michael? And I was like, what, I have to decide now for us? So I said no. So anyway, time went on. I didn't forget about Dave. I always kind of liked it. It was always in the back of my mind. And then at some point, Tom Trong reached out again, maybe not again, but for the first time, and he kept at it. He was persistent. So my lesson is be relentlessly persistent. I am very persistent when I'm trying to work in this business and when I'm trying to attract agents. By the time my youngest kid graduated high school in last June, I was ready to make the move. And I called Tom, and we started to put together the deal. EXP Realty did align with my vision for my future. In October of 2024, I got my first residual income check of $165. It meant it was working. Now I've got 66 agents, so I'm getting there. Team leader with GLR Mega Team. I'm a certified mentor. I closed all my offices. I work from home. I save tens of thousands of dollars a year. I still love what I'm doing. I'm helping buyers and sellers and agents. This is my first time speaking at an EXP event, but maybe I'll do it again. We'll see. My next goal is beta. I want to be a beta agent, and I want to get there quickly. Anybody in this room over 25 or 50 agents in your organization trying to get to beta? Yes, we're beta bound. We are going to get there. And the beta agents in this room, you guys inspire me. The alpha agents in this room, you guys are rock stars. Tom Trong, Rob Flick, it's my honor to be associated with you guys. I never really had a mentor at Grand Lux Realty, and I appreciate you guys. So, I believe in you guys. Just keep showing up, keep planting seeds, keep growing, keep building one conversation at a time, one relationship at a time, one act of leadership at a time. Be consistent, be persistent, be present. Thank you guys, all of you, for your friendship. Beta next.
Woo! Persistence. Grand Lux Realty closes offices, and now look at them now. Growing, growing, growing. Awesome, Michael. Our next guest is going to fire you up. He's a visionary. He's a father. He's a mentor. The king of social media is what I like to call him. My dear friend, Rafael Ray Reyes. Let's begin with a round.
Let's go.
Let's go.
What is going on? Let's go. Let's go. I like to get energy from the crowd, and I do this every time I do presentations like this. It's my first time at EXP, but I want everybody to get up. I'm going to put you all on my social media platform. And my guy, Michael Hostable, said it's very important to be there. You guys are about to be on 50,000 followers. So I'm going to say, how y'all doing? And y'all going to say amazing. Y'all ready? All right, let's get it. All right, we're at Build25 in Boston. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Let's go. A ella le gusta la gas. No, I'm kidding. I could be Daddy Yankee's cousin, though. My name's Rafael Reyes, Dominican, mentor, father, team leader, social media coach now. Been in the business now since 2017. Love the business. And I'm going to share a story with you guys that is a bit emotional for me because there's a moment in my life where everything changed. And we've been listening to a lot of people here today. And you can hear it in their story. There was a moment in the story where something changed. And then they did what they did. And this is my story. And y'all about to be the first ones to hear it too. So VIP access for y'all. Here we go. So we're going to start with going back in time in my life. And I know I have a few minutes here. So we're going to start at 1995. I remember that year. I was 10. I'm showing age right now. Beautiful year. Got to this country in 1993. First picture here. I don't know if you guys know who that is. Mayor Thomas Menino. Yeah, that's right. Boston's favorite all time, actually. I remember he did a lot for the community, especially for the people that migrated to this country. There's a picture we took. That's me on the left side, my three little brothers, my father. My mom took the picture, so you can't see her, but she's beautiful. This picture is in Charlestown. Back in 95, I'm not sure if you guys know Charlestown and the history behind Charlestown. If you've seen the movie The Town with Ben Affleck, that's exactly how it was. I didn't speak any English. My father didn't speak any English. There's always something that he said about when I went outside or when I went out to the park or whatever. He's like, you got this. Don't worry about it. You got this. Me being the oldest of four boys, that ingrained in my head. I had to feel that. And I did feel it. Every time I went anywhere, I got this. My dad said, I got this. I got this. In Charlestown, there was a lot of drug abuse, violence, a lot of bad things happen in the projects. And if you guys hear the word project, it's exactly that. It's an experimental project. If you look out the window, you see nothing but bad stuff, negative stuff. And I heard a line from Jay-Z. He said, you know, we can live in the same building, but we have different views. And I think I was that guy. I did have a different view. But I knew I had to make sure that my three younger brothers saw my pathway. So anytime I went outside with, you know, open mind. All right, cool. I'm going to hang around with these guys, but I'm also hanging around with these guys. I found somebody in that group of people that brought me to the Boys and Girls Club. That's when my life started to change. Started having friends with different backgrounds. I had my first job at 14 at the Boys and Girls Club. Made some money, $200 a week. And I helped my mom sell Avon. Probably some of y'all ladies know about Avon. And I was the guy, I was the son that brought the catalogs to every single building in Charlestown. I'm talking about like delivering, like I was Boston Globe. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. I was that guy. So every Saturday, my mom get calls. She gets a lot of calls. I used to promote her like crazy. And then I started seeing the value of that. But there's one thing that I always wanted to do. I wanted to get away from the projects. I really wanted to leave. I didn't know how to do that. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit. 2010. By this time, I went to Charlestown High School, graduated. By the way, I lived across the street from Charlestown High School, so I used to have lunch at my house. And after Charlestown High School, I went to this program called Year Up. Year Up is a program where they teach you how to create a resume. They teach you how to be professional. And back then, they were teaching about Adobe Photoshop, when Adobe wasn't even a thing. Talking like 2003. Damn, I'm showing a lot of age. Anyway, so then fast forward a bit more, went to UMass Boston, graduated from UMass Boston as a criminal justice major. And if I pull you over, I probably won't give you a ticket. I'm too friendly of a guy. Probably let you go. But here I am, graduated from UMass Boston, the first in my family. Round of applause for that. And then a lot of good things started to happen for me. Got my first job at AT&T, official first job. I call it first job because it was the job I got paid the most money. I started as a greeter. A greeter's a person that greets you through the door. You walk in, it's like, hey, how's it going? Yeah, welcome to AT&T. Are you paying the bill? Yeah? All right, cool. Hey, the bill machine's right over here. Yeah, no problem. The sales manager saw that. He's like, this kid's no freaking greeter. He's a salesperson. 3 months later, got into customer service. Another 6 months later, sales. Another couple years, manager. And then after that, I became this new position they opened up. It's called IHX, in-home expert. I was the guy that went to your house to sell you DirecTV and iPhones or whatever phone you wanted. And this is in Framingham. They gave me a car. And then I sold my Beamer. I didn't want to pay insurance. So they gave me a car, and I started visiting people's houses. And I saw so many beautiful homes, especially in Newton, right around here. If you guys don't know, Newton is a money town. For those in Dallas, California, wherever you at, Newton is a money town. We actually have a listing tomorrow. My guy, Jomo, what is it, 1.2, 1.5? 2.5, this guy. He just got in, and we just got partnered up with him like 3 months ago. He's a cold calling king. So I got this, and I started learning about, buying houses with people when I went into their home and sold them phones. Anytime you're selling, you're actually building a relationship. It's not. I didn't sell the phone. The phone sold itself. So what I was doing was just building relationship with people in homes, and I always ask, like, what did you do? How did you do it? 2017, I got my license from another person at AT&T that said, dude, you should get your license. You're really good at this. And you're already at people's houses. I'm like, wow, good idea. I was my first customer and bought my first house. But then I said, now it's time for me to teach my little brothers how to do this. And I bought my mama house, my brother's houses. I helped them all out. They all have houses now. We have multiple properties now. It was amazing. And there was a time in my life where everything was just great. Had my kid here, had my 2 daughters there too. This home in Stoughton, Massachusetts was my first home where I bought the house and made a whole lot of money. I'm pretty sure some of you probably made a lot of money in one of your investments at some point. This is the one that got me $80,000 after I sold it. And I said, this is great. After that, fast forward a little bit more. So now, this is the point in my life. After all of that good stuff was happening, everything was perfect in terms of like me having a job at AT&T and also doing some real estate. When you get your license, you don't really push yourself as much, because if you have a job, a 9 to 5, you really don't push yourself that much. But this is the year, these 2 years, when I had to quit my 9 to 5, and here it is. I lost my dad on his birthday. That's what he said. Him saying, "You got this," that's exactly what happened. I said, when I saw him for the first time laying there, he went to sleep, by the way, and he never woke up. He had a lot of issues already. Heart issues, schizophrenia. Never knew what that was. I saw an episode. If you guys know what that is, that's insane. We had a birthday for him and everything that day. But I remember I said, he told me, "I got this." 2019, if you guys remember, was prior to COVID days. We didn't know COVID was happening either. And COVID happened. 2020, my store shut down for 2 months. I couldn't pick up any more phones to sell phones. I wasn't making any money. 2 daughters, and I had the house. I had a mortgage to pay. My little brother used to live in the basement too, so a lot going on. Then I said, I think it's time to use my skills. I was really good at shooting content. This thing right here changed my life. This smartphone right here changed my life. Made a lot of money, and I'm still making a lot of money with this phone. I started going out to open houses. I started shooting videos, putting them on social media. Instagram became my best friend, and today's my bestest friends. My bestie, I go out to drink with him. No, I do. And this was one of the listings that I got off Instagram. This client said exactly what Michael Hossable was saying. They found me on Google. I found you on Google. And I didn't even, you know how easy this sale was? It was so easy. I just went in, they were like, "Oh my God, it's like I know you." I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, I guess you do." But they knew my marketing was good. They were like, "This guy's gonna sell this house." And I did. I sold that house in Quincy for $675,000 straight cash. That's how good that video was. It went all over the internet. I'm gonna plug you guys in. I'm gonna give you a follow. You follow me back at the end. I got you. Then Carrie Kavanaugh hits me up on social media. I was at an episode at Fox 25 talking about why I left the 9 to 5 to become a real estate agent. This was amazing to me. It's like a dream come true, because I was like, why is everybody contacting me now? And I knew why. I was promoting what I wanted to become, a real estate agent, and it happened. 2020, 2023, I had 62 transactions come off my phone. About 5 of them, I never met my clients. I just saw the deposits in the bank account. 2025, I'm gonna fast forward. So today, now at EXP, after joining 2023, I believe, to today, because of social media, because of listening to my dad saying, "You got this," I never gave up, showing my little brothers it could be done, showing everybody else it could be done. I'm at 48 agents. I run a social media coaching platform, and I just started with a huge group, mega group called Apex Empire, and I'm gonna be promoting that like religiously. So if you guys follow me on social media, you'll see that I have 50,000 followers now. I couldn't find the K, so I made the K myself. And then this is my biggest why. My 3 beautiful daughters, they're in the Dominican Republic right now having fun. My father, my 3 brothers. And before I leave, go ahead and follow your boy, Buy with Ray. And I'm going to give you one more piece of advice. And this is what I be telling everyone. And it works with anything you do. Business, your gym, if you want to hit the gym, whatever. Set a goal, set a schedule, and be consistent. Goal, schedule, consistency. Repeat after me. Goal, schedule, consistency. One more time. Goal, schedule. Thank you so much.
You're great.
It's my pleasure to introduce a guy that I met a few years ago that has one of the biggest sense of helpfulness and openness and a big heart to working with other people, who works tirelessly 24/7, goes to almost any place in the world to share his dream of EXP and freedom for other real estate agents. He is and has become a great friend of mine. And there's almost nothing that I would do for him, knowing what he's done for all of you and for so many others. And the reason I came here sort of out of, I'll tell that in a bit, is because Tom asked me to come and no one else would have convinced me to do that. I turned down about 50 speaking engagements a year. And, but there's just something very special about Tom. And so I really appreciate him, and I hope that you're going to enjoy his sharing. Mr. Tom Trong.
Our speakers today poured into you. You've got a lot of content. Hopefully you're going to walk away with lots of golden nuggets to go back and help others and change your life and change others at the same time. You know, think back to why you first got into this real estate business. For most of us, we did not go to college, go to school to get a real estate license. We did something else. All of us in this room, majority, did something else. And then something clicked. And we said, hey, we're going to get into real estate. Okay? So I want to just take a second, 10 seconds, to just reflect. Why did you get into this business? Did you get in this business so that you can just sell a lot of property and never see your family and never see your kids and not be able to give back to your community? Right? Why do we do this? Why do we, what are we climbing towards? What are we reaching for? What's that pinnacle in our career? When will we get there? Wherever there is. Okay, because we have to figure out what it is that drives us so that when we're out there showing property, it's lonely sometimes. You know what I mean, right? You're out there, you're showing property, and you maybe get stood up. You get no's after no's after no's, and at some point you're like, what's gonna keep me going? So think about that for yourself. And what's your higher purpose in life? For me, that's yours truly right there. Okay, I was not smiling as a kid. I hated coming to America. Okay, but my mom took the 6 youngest kids right after the Vietnam War on April 30th, 1975. That's the day that the U.S. formally pulled out of the U.S. The U.S. embassy was gone, and people were vacating. And I knew that my mom came here with the 6 youngest kids. I have 2 older brothers who didn't want to go anymore because we had to, a whole family, my father, my 2 older brothers, all of us tried to go out of the country twice before that week. But we didn't have any passport. We didn't have a ticket on the plane. We didn't have a ticket to the boat. We were just scratching our way through the gates to try to jump on any boat that would get us out there. So they gave up, and my mom said, no, we're not giving up. Never give up. It's the last day, we're going to go for it. So I knew why she brought us here. She left a beautiful country. That's the boat that I left on. Sorry. That is the boat that I left on. To build a better life. So I went to school. Get a good education. Get a good job. Take care of the family. Take care of your brothers, your sisters. Take care of your mom. Started an insurance business. After 7 years, climbed the corporate ladder to be one of the 6 area chief financial officers for the third largest insurance brokerage firm in the world, Arthur J. Gallagher. I'm 13 years into it, and I'm sitting in my corner office and, doing insurance stuff, doing accounting stuff, helping the shareholders grow their businesses, grow their insurance company. I did mergers and acquisitions at the end. And one day, I said to my boss, I don't want to be the CFO anymore. For a big company, I want to be the CEO. And he pulled me aside. He goes, Tom, unfortunately, you don't have the same last name as this company. That's the highest you'll ever get. It's the number 2 position in that corner office. You'll never be number 1. And that was the day I went home, among other things. And I said, I'm done. I'm going to go build my own company where sky's the limit and no one's going to put a ceiling on what I can do. As my mom said, you can do better than that. Okay? Went into entrepreneurship, actually. Laundromats, dry cleaners, bagel shops, country clubs, liquor licenses. I did it all. I had a lot of stock in the old company, and I invested in myself. Made a lot of mistakes. Lost a lot of money. But along the way, I had to figure out how to get free. Financially free, personally free. And it wasn't until I found this platform that I could figure out that I can also be location free and then stress free. All right? For years, I just chased financial freedom, personal and financial freedom. I didn't understand the other 2 freedoms. When you lose a lot, I filed bankruptcy twice, just so you know. But I didn't quit. The first time I filed bankruptcy was 9/11. I owned 6 dry cleaners in downtown Boston in the high rises. On 9/10, September 10th, there was no security in those high rises buildings. 80% of the business came from outside of that high rise, and 20% came from that high rise. What happened on September 12th? Security gates went up, and I lost 80% of my business, filed bankruptcy. None of those landlords let me out of my lease. 5 leases. Got it? Second time I filed bankruptcy was during the last recession. I had made a lot of money in real estate, started investing in real estate, went out to Chelsea, just up the road here, and bought 9 buildings from the Archdiocese of Boston. I was going to develop those 9 buildings, churches, convents, rectories, schools, and turn them all into condos. Okay? And went through 3 of the buildings, no problem. And then the market crashed. $500,000 my own savings into the project, because we would get a loan, you got to put 25% down first, your money. Went out to raise another $2.5 million for my friends and family for a total of $3.2 million, and then they gave me a $3.2 million construction loan. Well, I opened up my 4th office. We started on our 4th building, and we did the demolition, $250,000 demolition fee cost. I called the bank. I said, hey, I need to draw $250,000 to pay the demo guys. And before that, everyone answered. This time, no one answered. A week goes by. The contractors are pounding my door, down my door, literally going to break my legs if I don't pay them $250,000. I said, dude, I'm calling the bank. Then I answer my call. So I drive down there. The bank went out of business. Went into receivership. Filed bankruptcy a second time. Okay, but I kept moving. I kept trying to figure it out. And I knew every step would get me closer, because my mom didn't give up trying to leave the United States after the first time, after the second time. She kept going, right? She retired. She worked 2 full-time jobs, blue-collar jobs, cleaning toilets, hospital beds, kitchen cleaner, whatever. She was raising 8 kids now by herself without her husband. Okay, and she retired in Hawaii at a very little condominium And then she got a little bit older, and she couldn't really take care of herself by herself anymore. So she came back to Houston. That's my brother Sonny, who lived in Houston. Okay. And one night, we're having a family reunion, and in the quiet moments of the night, my mom says, Tom, it's just me and my mom. Tom, I'm so proud of you. Now, if you're an Asian kid growing up, you never hear that. Why can't you do better? What's wrong with you? Why didn't you get a PhD and an MBA like all your brothers and sisters? I never got higher than a college education. But my other 6 brothers and sisters, 2 doctors, 2 PhDs, 2 MBAs, and I'm the entrepreneur. But in that quiet moment, she goes, I'm so proud of you. Never heard of that before. You know why? Because real estate set me free. When she says we're going to have a family reunion, I was the first one to say when, where. I don't have to check my calendar. I don't have to check my bank account. I don't have to check with a boss to see if I have the time off. Right? And she knew that. She knew that I was always there for my family. Okay? She goes, Tom, you're doing well. Now it's time for you to really kick it up a notch, and you got to do good for the community. Okay? And I know you can thrive by helping others. I know you can. And she goes, would you make me a promise? Would you promise that for the rest of your days, you're going to help at least 100 people become personally and financially free like you have? Because you have the skill set to do it. And of course, what are you going to say? Yes, Mom. But I had no idea how I was going to fulfill that promise. Because before, when I helped my friends and family open up a dry cleaner, laundromat, bagel shop, liquor license, when they went out of business, I lost all my money and I was the guy with the credit. And I said, I can't help 100 people to myself, okay? But she goes, Tom, you have to figure it out. You got to help at least 100 people so that when they're gone, they remember that you made a difference in their lives, okay? So the only time that's my mom there. That's my graduation. I graduated second from the bottom of the class. It's true. Thank goodness. Someone said earlier, if I didn't have good eyesight and cheat, I probably wouldn't have graduated. Right. So I found EXP 7.5 years ago. Thank goodness. Thank goodness, Rob Flick. You called Scott Lewis, and Scott Lewis called me. Thank you very much. Okay? Because with this platform, I finally figured out I can get out of my ivory tower. I can get out of the corner office and get to the streets. I'm going to travel the world to help agents. That's my buddy Dick Lee right there, the beta. Right? There's Dick. We were traveling so much to change people's lives all around the country, all around the world, to find the 1 or 2 people who want to do better, and we're going to pour into them. We still do that today. Still do that today. Okay. And I finally realized that with this platform, that success is meant to be shared. That's why we're doing this thing for you. This event here is for you. For you. Right? This is not EXP funded whatsoever. This is you guys funded. And where's my beautiful wife, Marissa? Marissa, where are you, honey? Stand up. Stand up, honey. Thank you. Thank you so much. She pours into all of us. She allows me the spotlight, but behind the scenes, she's the one that holds it all together. Absolutely. Okay. And she loves to share success too, but she just doesn't want the limelight. That's okay. Okay. So we went from Vietnamese refugee to now a freedom builder. That's what I want. I want to help you build. We want, with the training, the tools, the systems that you have here, you can sell a lot of transactions, but you can also make a massive impact in other people's lives. Okay? For me, it's about the people. It's about the families. It's about communities. It's about what we can do for our communities. Once we do very well, we got to do very good. Okay? How do you measure your success? For me, I measure my success in the lives changed. You know, in the lives changed. So that's why I called you guys to go speak. And I called you guys to go speak because I know your story can change, can affect other people's changes. Okay. So are you a freedom builder? Are you building for your freedom and then helping others, taking them along the way? Do you know that you have the ability to unlock generational wealth? Starting with helping raise, helping his brothers and sisters, his brothers buy houses, helping his mom buy a house. That's generational wealth building, what we're doing out there, if you don't recognize that. It's not a transaction. It is people's lives. It's helping them along their way, right? And you have the ability to multiply your impact through giving back to your communities, through your mentorship, through your sponsorship. You absolutely can change people's lives. You got to raise the bar for everybody, right? When Brent Gove called and Rob called and says, Tom, would you do a build for me? The last thing I wanted to say was no, but they knew if I said yes, it's going to be a heck of a lot of work. But I do it because of you guys, to help you grow, okay? So the tools are in your hands. You have all the people around here to help you collaborate, to help you co-sponsor, to help you do whatever you need to do to scale your business to a whole new level. In our campus, in our cloud, in our training platform, you have everything you need. There's no way you can fail unless you do not plug in. Unless you do not plug in. That's it, okay? When you get home, ask yourself, who will you help tomorrow? Because you made it here today. I have a 2-minute video. Marissa asked me to go grocery shopping. And I see a mom and a 10-year-old kid going up and down the aisle when they have this book. And the mom picking up the food, and the kid is doing the math. $10 plus $9 equals $19, plus $6 equals $25, plus. And I looked at that, and it reminded me when I went grocery shopping with my mom, and we did not want to be embarrassed to go up to the counter and run out of money. So I immediately went up to the front. There's a mom and a son coming up. Just pay for the groceries for me. Okay? So I went up, grabbed my credit card back, and the mom gives me a big hug. She goes, you didn't need to do that. I said, it's okay. Just pay it forward. And then she goes, the only thing that I have to give you is this book. And then I go to my car, and she has everything checked off. And bread is not checked off because she ran out of money. You have the ability to change lives. There are agents who are about to quit this business, and you can be their solution. Just get your ego out of the way and help somebody. I want you to figure out your why. That first reason why you're here, first reason why you're in business, and the reasons why you're gonna hear no after no after no after no after no, to find the 1 or 2 people who you can change their lives. Who's ready? All right. Thank you, everybody. You guys can do this. You can change people's lives. Together, let's go build some dreams, okay? Build some freedom. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm so glad you guys are here. Come back tomorrow. We have more for you. A lot more for you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Rob Flick, the biggest builder, not just at one company, Keller Williams, but now a second company. This guy has a proven track record. He's done it before, and he's doing it again. And every time I speak with Rob and I sit there, I just listen. Rob, you inspire me again. Thank you. He's not quitting. Can he quit? Absolutely. But he's not quitting. Okay? This guy has a big heart, and I love you for that. Come on up, Rob.
appreciate that. You know, it's really interesting. The one thing I saw today was the immense talent level of the people who are joining this company is skyrocketing from when I first became part of EXP 9.5 years ago. And I don't worry about the future of the company when I see the people that I saw today, not just here, but throughout the country and now in other countries as well. I built this. I'm here to give you hope. You're going to see, because if I can do this, anybody can. I can screw up anything. And I have many times. And my main focus today is that I want to show you and impress upon you so that you truly understand the power of passive income, residuals, and attraction, and the power it can create over selling houses. I'm not saying don't sell houses. I'm just saying have a short-term goal and a long-term goal. And when I look at selling houses is the short term, it's paying the bills, it's covering what's necessary, it's making a living. And attraction is creating a lifestyle and freedom, not just for yourself, but for others throughout the United States and now potentially the world, which is an exciting thing to be part of. I'm a cancer survivor. Years ago, when I first got started in real estate, I was with Coldwell Banker in the commercial division, and I thought I was doing pretty good. I had gotten out of the Navy, and I couldn't get a job, so I fell back, did a fallback, and got into real estate because I couldn't get hired. And I was running out of money. I was looking for a job for about 6 months, couldn't get it. I didn't have that much money left, and I thought I've got to do something, so I fell back into real estate. And I was in the commercial round in Coldwell Banker commercial. At the time, I was living in Seattle, Washington. And it was funny because when I interviewed with them, they gave me a test, an exam. And it was all about real estate. So I was coming out of the Navy, where I had been driving ships and flying airplanes and blowing things up. I didn't know anything about houses or real estate or commercial. And so when I went back after the test for the post-test welcome aboard speech, the guy talking to me, and I'm getting this weird feeling like this doesn't sound like a welcome aboard. This sounds like good luck, buddy, go somewhere else. And I said, stop. I said, are you trying to, it sounds like you're going to just tell me thanks, but no thanks. Why's that? And he said, your test exam got the lowest grade in recorded history that they can find. I didn't get one single answer right, not one. He says, we don't think there's any hope for you. And I said, au contraire. I said, you can become a hero. I said, I do have some skills. I'm good with people. And I've been trained in leadership for the last 10 years. And if you bring me aboard and I do what I know I can do, you'll be a hero. You've got a shot at this is a really big find. You can find a diamond in the rough. And he looked at me and then he said, just a minute. And he went back in behind a door, shut the door, and I can hear him talking to somebody. I didn't know who it was. And he came out and he said, we're going to give you a shot. And so you're going to go to the school. It was for commercial. And you got to understand. So I went in as the lowest grade in recorded history. And I graduated top in my class. So I got most improved. You can go, starting at 0, you can only go up. And then my first year, I got Rookie of the Year nationwide. And I was ranked in the top 20 in the country in commercial all over. My specialty was office buildings, high rises, some garden office parks thrown in, but mostly high rises. And I thought I had it made. And I'll tell you, I was unprepared for what was coming up to me because I had bought a house, 8,500. I was living in an 8,500 square foot home with an indoor swimming pool, sliding glass doors, a roof that you could push a button and the roof opened up. Three jacuzzis, 2 of them indoors and 1 outside, 5-car garage, a dual stairway that went up, like you see in movies. And I thought, man, I have it solid. And then I discovered that I had cancer. And the doctor says it doesn't look good. And he said, I've got good news and bad news. And I had been a rugby player, so I said, go ahead and tell me the bad news, because I can handle it. And he said, you've got cancer and it doesn't look good. I had like an out-of-body experience. Who did he tell that to? And I said, okay, well, what's the good news? And he said, the good news is I got you scheduled for surgery in the morning. Do whatever call you want to get. But he says, I think right now we're at the point where we can stop this thing. And so they opened me up, and I was in surgery for over 8 hours. As they slowly but surely, they removed a couple of lymph node systems, 7.5 pounds of other stuff they said I didn't need. And I wanted to make sure that a few things got, left alone. I didn't know what they meant. We got everything we could that we figured you didn't need. And I wondered who made those decisions. And I went in and out of hospitals for 4 years, almost 5 years. Couldn't work because I couldn't go to earn a living. I couldn't show up. If I didn't show up, I didn't have any money. I didn't have a financial safety net. I had no silver spoon. And I lost everything and went bankrupt. And while I was in the hospital, one of the thoughts that went through my mind, I never thought that I wouldn't make it through, but they had said, if we didn't get it all, you've probably got 3 to 6 months. It has spread so much we can't radiate you, we'd kill you. So we took out as much as we possibly could. We sewed you up, and you probably should get your affairs in order just in case. That's a scary thing when you're 31 years old. And so while I was in the hospital, one of the times, I said, I need to create a passive income or residual. I didn't even know the term residual. But you need to develop a passive income stream that covered my overhead so I could live full time. And at that time, all I wanted to do was create $100,000 a year. It's 25 years ago and almost 30 years ago. And I didn't know how to do it or how to go about it. And like I said, Tom said I'd done those 2 times. I ran across Keller Williams, and at that time, I didn't know anything about it. But the number one profit-sharing earner in Keller at that time was a lady named Althea Osborne. And she had been with the company for almost 16 years, and she was making $50,000, which was half as much as I wanted to make. And I knew I didn't have 30 years to do it. So I flew from Arizona to Austin, Texas, to go meet with Althea to see if it was even possible and to understand how the system worked, because very few people could explain it to me. And one of the questions I asked her was how many people she'd personally enrolled in her journey within Keller. And she didn't know, but we looked it up into the computer, and it found out that she'd only personally enrolled 12 in 16 years. So she was not a recruiter. And I said to her, how come only 12? And her answer changed everything for me. She said, because I never thought about it. It was never my business plan to do that. My plan was to sell houses. And I thought, oh, what if someone were to make it part of their business plan? So I went back to Arizona, and my goal was, I was leaving the top real estate company in Arizona. It was called Realty Executives at the time, because I had come back when it looked like I was going to live. I had lost everything, bankrupt. We moved into my parents' house in Tempe, Arizona, in a 10 by 10 bedroom, from an 8,500 square foot house to a 10 by 10 bedroom. And I was thinking, why me? All my friends are doing great, and I've got nothing. I'm in this stupid room. I went through all that stuff. And I said, my goal is to enroll 2 agents a month. Nothing simple, very to enroll 2 agents a month for 3 years. So 36 months, 72 agents personally enrolled, 6 times as many as Althea did. I figured that had to create 100 grand. And that was as deep as I went. Now, my experience in selling houses, because I got into residential when it looked like I was going to live. And then my mom comes to me and says, looks like you're going to live, son. You need to go get a job. Oh, and so it's really funny. Not at the time, but she was right. And so I got into residential real estate because I met a dude that was making $1 million a year selling residential. He's doing $42 million in volume. And I was privileged to have a place right next to him. I mean, my office space next to his suite. And I saw that he worked 24/7, 7 days a week, never turned off his cell phone, took 2 weeks vacation a year, went to the Hotel del Coronado, spent 2 weeks drunk by the swimming pool. His kids threw his cell phone into the water because they never got his attention. Because all he ever did was work. He never got out of it, but everyone pointed that he's the guy. And I thought, I don't want that life. And so, but I was in residential. And so I found out that and I didn't have any technology. I'm still a techno nerd. Nothing. No, not a nerd. Nerd is good, right? I was a techno. Right? And so I found out that it took me 10 listing presentations to get 2 listings. If I was in school, I was a failure. I was a 20%er. We got 20%, which is like not an F minus, but it's like a H or I minus, but that was good. And so I figured I'd probably have to show this to 10 people a month, agents a month, to get 2. I thought that's no big deal. And I joined on the 4th of July, 1997, on purpose, the 4th of July, because they had a 3-year vesting period, just like we have one. And I said, because my goal is to create $100,000 a year, twice the number one person that took 16 years to get there, I had to do it in 3 years or less, because the doctor said, you might not have 30 years, you might not have 10 years, you might not have 3 to 6 months if we didn't get it all. And so I did that. I started showing up. But by December, and I wanted the entire country, the reason I joined the 4th of July was because I wanted the whole country to throw a party for me every year celebrating my freedom. Right? And you guys have done it ever since then. On the 4th of July, there's this big party. I appreciate that very much. And so anyway, it got to where it was $5,000 a month, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 a month. And I was able to leave and retire and left Keller. And I've been traveling the world and enjoying myself. And it turns out I'm the 13th highest paid person in the history of Keller in their profit sharing program. Even to this day, 20 years later since I left them, I'm still getting checks, right? Which is really a wonderful thing. Fast forward, EXP. I tried to avoid EXP. I was never called, never talked to. No one's ever asked me if I wanted to see it. In fact, I'm told that there was a guy in Arizona that was with Glenn, and they were talking in 2009, and they were talking about the people they should talk to. And his name was Brian Culhane, said, we should call Rob Flick. And Brian told me, no, Glenn told him, no, we'll never talk to Rob. He's got too much stuff going on. He wouldn't be interested at all. Cross him off. That was in 2009, right? I didn't hear about it until 2015 when I was in Gene Frederick's house. And and I heard that he'd left Keller Williams. And he was a big deal in Keller, big time. Owned market centers, regionals. He was a big deal in Keller. I jokingly say he bled red, but I guess we all do. And I'd heard that he left, and I said, did you, and we had just moved to Texas, and I asked him, is it true that did you leave Keller? And he said, yeah, I did. But I'm working on this new project, real estate project, that I think you would be really perfect for. And I said, Gene, you got to know I am a hard no. have you seen my Facebook page? That was as deep as I got, right? Pictures of me in Facebook. I never posted, other people did for me. And I said, I travel the world. I make several $100,000 a year. I haven't had to work for 20 years. And I've been getting this money from Keller. I just appreciate it. Thanks a lot, but no. Well, I was at his house on Labor Day, 2015, and I was drinking his wine, eating his food, driving his jet skis. And he said, you got to see this. And I was kind of avoiding him in his house. And finally, the last day that I was there, he said, you've got to see this. And at 11:30 at night, it was a dark and stormy night, no kidding. He grabbed a bottle of scotch and 4 cigars and said, follow me. Well, I saw what he had, so I followed him. And at 11:30, he started showing the presentation to me in his way. And he started with napkins. And at 4:30 a.m., he finished. And so was the scotch, and so was the cigars. And I said, okay, fine. I can't believe, I said, you're ruining my life. He said, what do you mean? I said, if I don't do this, someone's going to. And I said, I really see the vision. And at that time, there were only 400 agents at EXP, and they'd been around for 7 years. And I didn't have a license at that time. We'd let it expire, so we had to get a license. So we joined in 2016. And my whole goal was, I am going to give this a shot. And my goal was to make $500,000 a year with 500 agents. Because I looked at this, and when I got done, I said, you know, what's interesting is, Gene, I asked Gene why I should do this. And he said, because this is so amazing that if you do the same thing you did at Keller, if you do it at EXP, instead of $300,000 a year, you should make $5 to $10 million a year. Because no one's ever done that. And he was right. Well, actually, he was wrong. It's more. Okay. It's 30 times, as best I can figure, it's 30 times more money doing at EXP what you do if you do it at Keller. You make 30 times more money because we're virtual. I didn't know and understand virtuality and this fact that we don't have the brick and mortar overhead. So I'm here to tell you that my goal was $500,000, and I figured this is the way I did it, because at Keller, this is what happened, just so you understand the idea and where my mindset was. I knew that if I got 25 agents personally enrolled in a relatively short period of time, like 6 to 12 months, and those agents were actually selling houses, then their check, the rev share check, because it's off the top, it's not after expenses, it's off the top, would increase dramatically during that first year. And your personal agents would see that, and they would say, well, I can do that. All you did was talk to them about EXP, and they decide they want to come aboard. And I found that if I got 25 relatively quickly, that those 25 would refer 50. Not each, total between the 25 of them. And normally it'd be one would enroll 8 or 10, one 5 or 7, one 6, a couple of little ones, but it would double. And 50 would enroll 100, and the 100 would enroll 200, and so on. And I figured it would take me 3 years to get to 500 agents. And in the first 3 levels, based on the system, if those agents sell about $1 million in real estate, if they do it at 3%, the money that comes in, you're going to make about $1,000 per agent per year in the first 3 levels. And if you had 500 agents, that's $500,000. And I thought that would take me 3 years to get it done. So I got going, but the idea is so awesome and so strong and so compelling that I actually accomplished that in 6 months. Coming aboard in 6 months. And the thing that I did was, and the thing that I learned the best was, when I found a winner and a leader, I got the hell out of their way. Instead of trying to say, no, where are you going? I'm your leader. Hey, whoa, wait up. I let them go, do what they want to do. And my goal was to sponsor 2 agents a month, and to teach them to 2 agents a month, and to teach those to get 2 agents a month or 2 agents a month, and where it would go. And I never, ever imagined that it would get to the size and degree of where it is. And my goal again, is to tell you the value of that. You have no idea until you experience it. You just got to have faith in the beginning. But it was 3.5 years into EXP that my revenue share exceeded 6 figures a week. Imagine making 6 figures a week. Residual, passive. Thousands of people joining and saying, you have changed their life. I didn't change anybody's life. I opened the door. You changed your life. You did it. I just was like the messenger. I tried to help and say it's very possible, but the idea is it's all about belief. I've heard so many great ideas today from the people that spoke. They're all brilliant, and it's all the same phone. I looked for energy. I looked for excitement. I looked for if the people were coachable and teachable. I looked for people that wanted to get ahead and were willing to go the extra mile. And what I found was I have a fellow who was a soccer coach who'd never sold a house in his life, who's got almost 2,000 agents on his team, in his RevShare team, because he had a big why. He said, he was a soccer coach and he worked nights and weekends, and that was the only time his kids were awake. I mean, was nights and weekends when his kids were home. Otherwise, they were in school or asleep. And so he said, I want to be able to spend time with my kids. That drove him. His why drove him so much. He's never was a realtor, right? He had a license, but in his first month, he set up 40 presentations for me with real estate agents. And I said, how did you find all these agents to talk to? Because he said, I don't know any agents. He went to his social media and found out that in the soccer league that he was part of, and one of the coaches, there were a whole lot of soccer moms and dads that were real estate agents. And he said, but they're not going to want to talk to me because I don't know anything about real estate. Why would they want to talk to you? And I said, they're not going to want to talk to you. I said, but if you tell them, I gave them a couple of scripts to talk about. And I said, if you tell them this, they'll want to talk to me. You may have to ask several, but we'll get to talk to them. And I told them, we can't say the wrong thing to the right person. You can't say the right thing to the wrong person. It will work if you get it in front. It's just building seeds. Now, I will tell you this. When I showed it in the beginning, I did it with an intensity you will not believe the first 2.5 years. I worked really hard because I wanted to develop a financial safety net. I didn't have one before, and this was my opportunity. And so what I would talk to other agents, and I would say, tell me what your financial safety net is. I said, do you know that most multimillionaires have 7 income streams at least? Tell me your top 4. They didn't have 4. Most of them said, I only have 1 wife. Some of you will get that on your way home. 1 spouse. And what I found was, I only one time in the last 9.5 years did I ever get 20. Did I ever get more than 2 a month? Because almost every other time I enrolled 19 or 20, except for last year, I think I enrolled 50 something. Other than that, it was just 2 a month, almost 2 a month, 1.8 a month, something like that. And I never knew, and people say, why do you talk to everybody? And I said, most of the people I met, I will tell you this. One thing I told Gene was, I'm not going to talk to anybody that I knew before. And I'm not going to talk to any of the Keller people because I know I'm going to kill this and this is going to be big. And I said, this real estate company is going to be the largest real estate company in the world as long as nobody does something stupid from inside. That's what I said. I said, this company is going to dominate and be incredible for what the opportunities are. We just got to get it across real estate agents' minds who are not business people. They are salespeople stuck in a sales mentality, and we've got to turn them into a business mentality. And then after a business mentality, we've got to turn them into a giving mentality. And I believe everybody should give back in a very big way. So one of the things when I talk to agents, I say, making money is one thing, and you're good at it. You can make a lot of money in real estate, but you have no time freedom. You guys all know that. Anytime you want your business to explode, plan a vacation, right? We all know that. Tell people you're going out of town. Everyone will want to see a house during that time, right? And so I knew that I had to get the vision across to where they wanted to be. So in other words, making money is one thing, keeping it is another, multiplying it is another, passing it on to the next generation is another. And these are different skills that you learn, that you have the ability to create a generational wealth program. And I will tell you this, just so we'll compare it to selling houses. I'm not saying don't sell houses, don't get that wrong, but I'm going to tell you, you don't understand, I believe, the true power of attraction within EXP. You got to know that we have the deal. No one's even close. They can say anything they want, but I've looked at all the different compensation programs, and you cannot make more money anywhere else than you can at EXP. It is not possible. Okay? And so I've personally enrolled 200 agents over the last 9.5 years, about 20 a year. And let's say that you sold 20 houses a year. And I don't know what the price range, because everything's different all over, but let's just use $500,000 sale price. If you've got $500,000 sale price and you sold 20 houses, you'd do okay, because 3% of what is it? What did I say? Of 5 is 15,000, right? You pay 20% of that, which is 3,000. You're down to 12. You got miscellaneous expenses and whatever. You're going to net about 10,000 maybe. Let's just say 10 grand for easy numbers. And you did 20 of them, so you made 200,000 that year. And let's say you did it for 10 years. You made $2 million that you paid. Well, you wrote off a lot of things, but you paid taxes on $2 million. Yes. And that took you 10 years to get it done. And you're pretty good, because the average realtor grosses about $65,000 a year, and you're grossing $200,000. So you're 3 times the national average. And I did the same thing. You sold 20 houses. I mean 200 houses over 10 years. And I enrolled 200 agents over 10 years. And in the last 6-7 years, we have made over almost $35 million in revenue share. And my wife is 56 years old. There's a good shot she's going to live for another 20 years. And over the next 20 years, she's going to receive in excess of $100 million more from what I've already done, on top of the 35 million. And you did good, though. You made 200,000 a year. Good for you. I don't know how you live on that. Personally, I would have a hard time, but I will tell you, we've been able to give away millions of dollars. We've been able to, I mean, one of the things we did, when you get yourself taken care of, I believe it's your obligation. I believe that we owe it to humanity to have a give back mentality. And so I poo-pooed the stock. I thought, that's like no big deal. The rev share was my baby. And I wish that I had a light that I could buy, that I could shine on people and go, there's the one. There's the one. Whoop, that's not the one. There's the one. It's like, whoa, run away. I don't want to talk. Because I was looking for non-drama. I didn't want any drama. I was looking for drama-free. And there would be some agents I'm talked to that were a little confrontational. I go, we're going to stop this, because I can tell that you have drama in your life. And if you don't have it, you're going to find it, and it ain't going to be with me. See you later. Have a good life. Bye. Really, it felt great to fire people before I ever hired them. That was the best part. But we were able to accumulation. There's so many different ways to earn stock and acquire stock that it got to the point where I didn't need the stock. And we donated $1 million in stock to my high school that I graduated from in Arizona, for the bottom 20% of the class to go to trade schools, because nobody looks at the trade schools. Nobody looks at the bottom 20%. The top 20% are going to be fine. The bottom 20%, most people leave them alone. And my commitment was 1,000 scholarships to that school. And I got another organization, a philanthropic organization, to match one of the millions that I gave, so that we could have more. So they gave $1 million as well to the school. And it picked up on it. The mayors of the schools of Scottsdale started talking with the mayors around, and they said, we should be able to do this with other schools too. Let's see if we can talk to other people. Then this other philanthropic organization said we can be able to do this statewide. And our goal is now to raise $30 million for education for trade schools for kids in Arizona as a state, right? I mean, this is a big thing. This could become a political issue that I could stand on. And all I wanted to do was give back because I love my high school time. I mean, I lost my virginity in high school. And they asked me when I could tell you a lot more, but I don't have enough to drink yet, and I don't know you. You know? Yeah, give me 10 minutes. And my deal was, all I wanted to do was sow seeds. You know, we've also donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to different civic projects in our city. We've given and paid for surgeries for people that have had cancer that their insurance won't take care of it. We have excess money that we don't need, literally think about this. We live so much under our income level that we're able to invest literally millions of dollars every year to invest in. Although I did buy one little thing for myself. My everyday car is a Ferrari 488 Spider. You know, that's just for fun. I'll show you pictures later. You got to do something for yourself too, just so you feel good. But I will tell you this, people will follow a visionary. People will follow someone who knows where they are going. People will follow someone who is strong and has belief in self and their cause, and it's good. We have the ability to do good, to make money, to have fun, but we can do good as well. And I think that most agents are struggling today. They can hardly think about the future, let alone today. I need to close something now, today. And so I've shifted a little bit in my talking with agents a bit, because I talked about freedom. It's still there. The underlying thing is freedom. But don't limit yourself to talking to just the real estate agents. Okay, I have a guy that I rented houses for, the soccer coach, Wilco, who's got almost 2,000 agents, was never sold a house, but he's got a couple thousand agents that is over, his rev share is huge. I have a chiropractor that I was going to all the time, that this last year, she actually was a capper part-time with us, getting her clients from her chiropractic business, and her rev share, and this year between her rev share and her commission made more money with us part-time than she did as a chiropractor working 60 hours a week. You just got to find people who are looking. You can't say the wrong thing to the right person. And you never know, because there isn't a button you can push that, like when I see going into different countries, you push a button, and if it's green, you get to go through. If it's red, they do a strip search. Some of you know what I'm talking about, right? And so I don't know that. I just know I'm going to talk to people and give them an opportunity and say, in other words, what are you building for yourself? What are you building for your family? What are you building for the community? You start thinking that way, people will follow you whatever it is. This is good and solid and powerful. And you've got to know that we have the deal. And when you walk, people, I even heard some people talk about it today. When you know that you know that you know that you got it and you're there, you walk differently, you carry yourself differently, you talk differently. You are solid, and they can feel that. Charisma, that quiet confidence that nobody can shake your tree. They can tell me anything in the world. God understand, I'm living it. I bring in millions of dollars a year from talking to people, because I still have people tell me this doesn't work. And I said, for you, you're right, it won't. Might as well not even try. And people say it's too late. You should have got in when I did. There's no opportunity going forward. I said, are you kidding me? There's people all over that have never heard of EXP, not alone never seen it. And I thought, and I've been saying that because I believed it. And then on my flight here, on the plane, I'm sitting next to a guy. We get to talking. Turns out he's a real estate agent. A broker. 25 years in San Diego, where we have lots of EXP agents. Does that mean I'm going to fall off? So, something's going to blow up. And I got to talk to him, and I said, "What do you do?" And he said, "What do you do?" And I said, I said, "I'm coming to Boston to speak at a real estate conference to impart some of my wonderful knowledge and experience to hopefully give hope to these real estate agents." He says, "What are you going to teach them?" I'm going to teach them how to get free financially. I'm going to teach them how to get control of time and money and create a residual and a passive income that will create generational wealth that they can pass estate tax free, which I'll explain that in just a second. And he goes, "Really? How are you going to do that?" And I said to him, "Have you ever heard of EXP?" And he said, "No, what's that?" 25 years in San Diego in real estate. Never heard of it. You think I'm kidding? There's a lot of people say, "Oh, people all know about it. They've all heard about it." No, they haven't. Nobody called me. I was in Gene's house. I was trapped. I couldn't get away. He did such a terrible job with the presentation that I knew, I said, if he's making anything, I'm going to kill this. And I have people now, I have another chiropractor and his wife in California that I talked to about the same thing. And guess what now they're doing? They are now getting their real estate license in Carlsbad, California, because they've got a dream of freedom, which they don't have. And they each make $150,000 a piece, but they're not getting ahead. And they want to be in a different house than they're in, but they can't afford it where they live. And they want to know how I have my lifestyle. We travel 7 or 8 months a year. We drive whatever we want. We don't have time constraints. We have virtually no money constraints. I had actually ordered a jet, but then COVID hit, so we didn't know what happened. So I didn't, I canceled the order. And I'm kind of glad I did, because I don't mind. Because I never would have met the guy in my seat next door if I had my, right? I mean, so I will tell you, this is bigger than you. Allow yourself to be part of this movement. Allow yourself to be part of changing not only your family and your lifestyle, but the world. There's so much stuff that we can do. And if we do it together and combine the power, there is nothing that can stop this group. As evidenced by the talent that you saw it's unbelievable. I mean, if I was getting started in real estate, I would be completely lost. I am all the stuff, it's like a foreign language you guys are talking. But developing a dream of lifestyle and freedom, time freedom and money freedom, because I talk to a lot of people that make a lot of money. And I have a family office now, so I have people that handle our finances, our accounting, our business, our investments, and our legal. And they say, you know what? There are some people that can join, they can get this for themselves when they sell their business. But they said very rarely, and these are people that are 100 million, billion, a lot of people that they made, but he said, we don't know many people that have the cash flow that you do. They don't get it while they're working. They get it when they're done, and they finally sell it when they're 65 or 70, when they finally sell something, but they don't have the lifestyle for the 40 years in between. What you have is incredible. And they told me, this is interesting when you talk to people, in that is this passes estate tax free. If you develop an asset base, let's say 10, 20 million, the government, when you pass, is going to take half or wants to take half. There's a certain amount you can pass along, but they're going to take 50% of the money. And what's awesome, let's say you own a shopping center and your heirs don't have the money to pay the taxes. They got to sell the shopping center to pay the taxes that the government's taking for what you already paid the taxes on before. They're going to do it again. Well, our revenue share, because there is no solid asset, it's future potential sales. You have a sales force, but we don't know what they're going to do. It passes estate tax free. They'll pay income tax when they get the money, but that's going to save you an immense amount, an unbelievable amount of money. And when you start talking at that level and you're talking to people, people at a high level are going to hear that, because their biggest silent drunk partner is the government, taking the money from them they earned in taxes. And that is the biggest thing. Everything we do now, we have all these people that all they're doing is trying to conserve what we've created legally. And you can tell people what you build is not only is it willable and transferable, but it transfers estate tax free. That is massive. So we have the opportunity, you have the opportunity to literally have an impact worldwide. And that's what I see. My goal was to get to the first 500 agents to make 500,000. I never knew that it would be more than that monthly. I had no idea that where it would get to that point. So I have a new goal. Because right now, people, they want to know different informations, but there are times when it averages, we make about $20,000 a day. And I have a goal to get to $30,000 a day. Just to do it. I mean, for no other reason. It's just like, we can do it. Plus, it means we can give more away and we can affect more people. And I don't know how many of you walk along the beach. There's lots of beaches here in California. Well, this is in California. Where am I? Oh, in Boston. Well, you have beaches too. Yeah, you got beaches. Thanks. Yeah, I forget where I'm at. I don't even what day of the week today is. I'm not sure, People say, wow, what a freedom you have. You don't even know what day it is. I don't even know what month it is most of the time. It's really pretty funny. But we can change the planet in a big way, and you can start. And if all you did was get one agent a month, know your numbers. How many people do you have to show to? How many seeds do you have to sow to get one agent a month to join? We could create an unbelievable financial revolution here, right here, out of this room. You have the ability to do that. And my challenge to you is don't let a month go by that you didn't share this dream and this potential with at least one person a week. I mean, if you're weak, one person a month, but at least you're doing something. Anything less than one a month is nothing. You got to do something to have it. And the last thing I'll leave you with, what you can be able to tell people now, because the changes in the program of RevShare 2.0, because the first 3 levels, there's no qualifications to get on those 3 levels unlocked. You are one agent from a 6-figure residual if you have the right agent. If you had sponsored me, and there's more me's out there waiting to hear this, they just haven't gotten it because people are afraid to talk to them. Don't be afraid to talk to them. I would have said yes to Brian 7 years beforehand if Glenn hadn't told him not to, from my understanding what Culhane told me. You can do this. We can make a change in a very, very, very big way. And the talent that we have here, astronomical. I'm humbled by the people that are coming aboard, because all I ever did was I had a 3-foot rule. And anyone that came within 3 feet of me, I said, I'm going to say hello. Back to the thing where I said, I'm not going to talk to anybody, because people will say to me, oh, of course you got it. You had thousands and thousands of people at Keller you can draw from and bring over. And I told Gene, until I'm making $1 million a year from this deal, I'm not going to talk to anybody I knew before. Because I was airdropped. I've been out of real estate for 20 years. I was dropped into the Dallas area without a license for 15 or 16 years, out of the business, out of the thing, knew nobody, knew nothing. And I was able to create by just talking with people who came within my 3 feet. Hi, how you doing? My name's Rob. I'm new to the area. Do you live here? Are you from here? What do you do? You look successful. Are you successful? Do you consider yourself successful? And they would look at me, what do you mean? I said, well, what I'm doing is I'm looking to expand my real estate world to this area. And I know that if I talk to successful people, they know 5 different things. They all know a lawyer. They know a good accountant. They know a gardener. They know a housekeeper. And they know a real estate agent. Do you know a really good real estate agent? that I like to be able to talk to, because then when I talk to them, it's no longer a cold call, it's a warm call. And I said, I found out that if I talk to successful people, they refer me successful realtors. But if I talk to homeless people, they refer me homeless realtors. And I don't want them. Go find yourself some successful realtors and have a great life. Thanks.
Hey, everybody, I hope that you got some real value today. I know I did. I was making a whole bunch of notes. We have a great cocktail party for you right outside in the hall. You don't have to go far. So Keith's always applauding for the food and the drinks. And then don't forget, tomorrow morning, we start really at 8:30. So come on here for breakfast. It's starting at 7. And there's also an announcement about the parking.
Oh, yeah. Make sure that you see the registration desk. Marissa's back there. Marissa's back there, or some of our volunteers to get your ticket to get out. It's free parking. It's included.
And let me ask, could all the volunteers, please stand up? I want to give everybody a big round of applause. Oh, bring them all up. Volunteers, come on up. Volunteers, come on up. Come on up. Volunteers, come on up. Who's at the back? Volunteers, come on up. Volunteers. Who else? Come on. Can everybody please give these volunteers a wide round of applause? Thank you. See you out there and see you in the morning. Oh. Oh, where's Donna DeRosa? Oh, we'll do it tomorrow morning also. Thank you.